Good morning. This is the Tuesday, July 7th, 2015 Board of County Commissioners work session, and we are meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, having a joint meeting right now. We have several things on the agenda, and we have Billy Yocums. Are you leading this discussion, Bill, or are you just sitting there?
No, sir.
Well, we have Laura Maker and Lisa McDonald here. Okay.
We like you front and center.
I put you in a position of authority, Bill.
So, Laura, are you leading the discussion on this?
Yeah, Lisa and I both have stuff. We just wanted to put together some things we thought would be of interest for both of you, both of the boards to discuss. North Star was on the joint meeting agenda last time, and you guys didn't reach it, so we wanted to bring it back to discuss it. We flagged a few other things. The first is the Ute water lease. This is the lease of water from the Ute Conservancy District that they have up at Rudai. Previously, Pitkin County and the City of Aspen took a position on the proposed lease and wrote a letter suggesting particular things that should be included in the lease. We thought that the lease would be executed, but it has, as of yet, not been executed. So we wanted to bring this back to you guys and see if you want to continue to push on this, if you want to suggest alternatives to the lease, if there's any further action you want the County Attorney's Office and Healthy Rivers and Stream Board staff to take on this. In the previous letter we sent to the CWCB, we focused really on 5 concerns that were raised with the lease. The first being effects on power generation for the City of Aspen. If the outflow goes beyond, my understanding is 350 CFS, it very seriously negatively affects Aspen's ability to generate hydropower from the dam. The second was the effects on the frying pan flow regime. If the water gets too high, what does that mean for fish habitat, etc.? And then the third was the ability to coordinate flushing flows. So when they do releases, doing them in a way that's designed to flush out didymmo problems on the frying pan. The fourth concern that was raised was maintenance of the reservoir level for recreation up at Rudai. And then the last one was prioritizing main stem releases, so water from reservoirs along the main stem of the Colorado to meet 15-mile reach goals, rather than simply looking at Rudai as the be-all, end-all solution and ignoring the fact that there are consequences with releases of Rudai water. Now, since that lease hasn't been executed, there is the potential to file more comments and try and reach out and look for other possible alternatives to the Ute Conservancy lease. One of the things that was raised at the discussion is, you know, the CWCB is going to pay Ute for this water. There are lots of other holders of Rudai contracting to water. The City of Aspen is one of the other holders of that water. Perhaps it's worth talking to the city and see if maybe they would donate water if there were conditions imposed that the city was okay with. Now, we previously wrote the letter addressing our concerns in coordination with the city, so we seem to be pretty aligned with them on this. So it's a question of whether the boards really want to go back to the CWCB and push this issue, or if you feel like we've raised the concerns that we think are valid and we'll just kind of see where the cards fall out. So I'm looking for some direction on this.
Dave?
Was there any response to our prior letter?
No.
Rachel?
You know, I ran into Taylor Halls with the Nature Conservancy on the Colorado River Project, who used to be an attorney for the River District, at the water tour and some other meeting recently. And she said that everybody knows it was to try to get more water down to Powell to avert changes at Powell, even though it's being done under the guise of the endangered fish. and that, that's the only legal mechanism they have. They're also, working to pay farmers to not grow on the west slope this year, and other demand management type items, because Colorado was trying to accomplish 400,000 or something acre-foot reduction of demand, given the state of PAL and Mead, and not wanting to see further things enforced. So that's neither here nor there. I just want to add that as background information to this, because I said we had concerns and this and that, and she said, don't you worry, everybody's looking out for the frying pan. They're concerned with those fears, but we've got somewhat of a crisis on our hands with Powell and Mead, and they're trying to keep the river system operating as is. So I don't know myself if there's really more follow-up to be added. If that's what's in the back of everybody's mind on the CWCB, it's probably not going to make much difference. It is a one-year thing, and we say, hey, thanks for paying attention to our concerns, thanks for monitoring our concerns, and we will look forward to cooperation in the future or something like that to make sure our interests are protected. So that's kind of my sense.
Well, I wasn't part of that whole thing, but hearing this right now, and your question, Dave, about have any time frame? I mean, they haven't acknowledged our previous letter, apparently. Is there a time frame for the lease that we know of?
No, I mean, we thought they were actually going to execute the lease before we really found out about it. There's been a lack of communication on behalf of the CWCB on this issue. After there were concerns raised that there are impacts here in the Roaring Fork Valley of doing this, they did hold a meeting down in Carbondale, which was well attended, in my opinion, and concerns were raised there to the CWCB staff members, which, to the best of our understanding, were taken back to the CWCB, and at that point in time, there was a letter issued from Pitkin County raising our concerns. Now, we anticipated that, and we were told that the lease was going to be signed, and it still hasn't.
Would we want to maybe just send a follow-up letter and attach a copy of the letter we already sent, just say, there's been some time frame delay or whatever, we just want to make sure that our concerns have not been put by the wayside, or some such wording? I mean, since there's a delay, we might want to just remind them that we had these concerns and it didn't just get stuck over here. I mean, that just thinks that it might be appropriate at this time.
I agree with that, Patty, in some form. The other thing, just small to add, is that the timing is such, the meeting in Carbondale was before we got all the late April and May snows. And so at that point, they were all just looking at crisis. And now they've had such high flows, and we're already into the monsoon season, it seems. They might have decided to save the money and not sign the lease and do something different, that way. I just simply have no idea, but, it has changed from when they were first looking at the crisis.
And one of the things we put out there in our initial discussions was, even if this is just a one-term lease, which we didn't know going into it, it could have been a 10 or whatever, we wanted these concerns to be incorporated in any future leases, because the regime perhaps will be there for an extended period of time, and these concerns won't dissipate just over a short-term lease.
Right, that's my, this year the issues probably have gone away to some degree with all the amount of flow. They've gotten way more water from the frying pan and the Roaring Fork than they ever would have gotten through this lease. But for future reference, just to make sure that's on the books, I should contact them again and send another letter.
Michael?
Laura, explain. I need an explanation. So the city of Aspen generates electricity with water from Rudai, and you said that further leasing somehow impinges on that?
Yeah, so basically the turbines only work very efficiently when there's a certain level of CFS flowing through them, and that magic number is 350. If we go above, if the releases go above that, there's a huge reduction in the ability to generate hydropower for the city there. And so one of the concerns in our joint letter was, let's keep the releases in conjunction with other releases that are flowing out below 350.
And so all the releases occur through the turbine system?
They affect the turbine system.
They affect the turbine. How do they affect it?
I don't have all the details on that. Steve might.
It waterlogs the turbines, the water backs up into the turbines and slows them down actually when it gets too much water.
So it raises the level on the output side,
Yes.
and that slows down the turbine. So the city of Aspen has a contract with someone for generation of electricity. So how does that fit in the priority of the scheme of things? So, do they have a priority for the generation of that? They don't.
No.
So they have no legal protection against more releases.
Increased flows, no.
So it's just a question of some sort of persuasion based on some other basis,
Correct.
and that's a tenuous basis, right?
Yes, it's asking the CWC, at least in this context, asking the CWCB to be aware that their choices impact the local residents and our ability, and it's worth considering those impacts when they're making these types of decisions.
And so then what is the alternative? So you're asking them, be aware, and then what's the alternative for them?
For the CWCB?
Yeah, I mean,
They could certainly sign a lease that would allow flows to go beyond that level. Now, if they were to put that lease, staff put the lease together, and if they were to put a lease that put more than 350 into the system just with this, then it's quite possible that they could and should expect people to show up at the CWCB meeting where they would perhaps protest this lease and attack, how it's being executed.
but there's no basis for it.
The basis is the CWCB is designed to encourage flows throughout Colorado. This is designed to meet the 15-mile reach. Ostensibly, Rachel has some perhaps other information on that. But if it's having negative impacts on other stream systems, then that's something that the CWCB should consider in approving the lease.
So that's within their charter.
Exactly, but it's flexible. There's no requirement that, they ensure that there's no negative impact on the frying pan while creating a positive impact on the main stem of the Colorado.
So that board then is subject to persuasion by various interest groups.
Yes.
Rachel?
Well, and certainly the lease is, but at the point in time where water just calls the water for their own uses, they can call it whenever they want it. And that's always been our fear with the RUDI leasing. Those are the fears that we put into the EIS scoping or the EA scoping when they did the last round of water sales. And again, at this meeting, it was well attended. They had Fish and Wildlife there. They had Bureau of Reclamation there. It wasn't just CWCB staff. Others from this board were there. And then at the very end, the one guy from Bureau of Reclamation said, let's be real, if this continues, we're going to be opening all the reservoirs in the upper system to save California and Powell and Meade. And he was talking Blue Lake, he was talking Flaming Gorge, he was talking Rudai. And again, we kind of got saved with that snowstorm, but at a certain point, we've made these concerns clear before, but at a certain point, it won't be CWCB, it'll be just Bureau of Reclamation making the decisions.
Craig?
Is there it sounds like we got two things that concern me. One is a communications issue. We write them a letter and we don't hear back. Is that normal?
Yes.
That's second. Okay, well, so that's the first problem. And I think we should hold their feet to the fire somehow because that's not acceptable. The second thing is there an engineering solution for the specific dam energy problem? It seems like our expert dam power
Dam expert.
person, dam expert. But I'm just wondering, is there an engineering solution? If it's a matter of flows and backflow to the turbine, it's like, this is a physical problem.
Well, it's twofold. There's water running through that. One of the things we suggested in our comments on the Route I-2 water leasing on the EA, not EIS,
Yeah.
Was perhaps running a separate, basically drain from Route I all the way down to the Roaring Fork. Because then you don't have those concerns about too much water coming down the frying pan and negatively affecting a multitude of things. Whereas you can also get the water to the Roaring Fork, which will hit the main stem of the Colorado. Now that was, to the best of our understanding, pretty much discounted outright.
Too expensive.
Yeah, there's costs.
And the
Ruthie?
water rights are to create hydro, or are they?
No, so the water rights are for, they're basically augmentation water that's held in Root Eye that can be released to meet calls. Usually it's the Cameo call, but ostensibly it could be a Colorado River compact call that's released from Root Eye to meet those main stem calls.
Laura, is there any, could a group like Ute Water call for their water to be released and then lease it to somebody else besides CWCB, like Grand Junction, City of Grand Junction, or City of Las Vegas, or somebody downstream?
So potentially, for that to happen, a number of things would have to happen. First, the receiving water rights user would have to have water rights that could be augmented. There would probably need to be a call or a shortage on the system. So there's a number of factors that would happen before that. I don't think that's an immediate concern.
That could be if there was a long-term drought continues and the water levels, everybody's running out of water and wants more, then that could become a concern.
If that were to happen, it's more likely, though, that you would need the water for their own system.
Mhm. Okay. Andre, you had your hand up.
Yeah, they don't really have any timeline. It's just a year-long lease, and they can call the water whenever they want to during that time.
Well, there would need to be need in the 15-mile reach.
And so most likely that's going to be in the fall,
Yeah,
late summer.
late summer.
Because I'm thinking, you know, having water released out of Root Eye into the Frying Pan River, as long as it's not too much, is a good thing.
And that's why
And
we
into the
had,
Roaring Fork.
we had suggested that we threw out a 300 number rather than the
Right.
350 number, because it does seem to have no negative impacts on the frying pan regime at that level.
At that level. So just,
So I kind of remember that we had this discussion with the city, I think. Didn't we do a joint letter with the city?
Yes.
And so has the city followed up, or what are their concerns or issues? Because, you know, they're trying to get to 100% renewable, and Root Eye is a big part of that.
Yeah, I haven't had any communication with the city indicating continued concerns or continued follow-up on this particular issue.
Okay.
So you suggested discussion with the city of Aspen?
Yeah, so
on their
follow
water.
up
Do
with
you
the city
think-
of Aspen, perhaps, to see if they have these continued concerns that you all seem to be expressing, and whether it's worth another joint letter saying, you know, we've put these concerns out there, we haven't heard anything, we understand the lease hasn't been executed, we want to ensure that these concerns are addressed in any lease, and not only in a one-year lease, but these are the considerations that would be put at the forefront in any future leasing of Root Eye water or releases of Root Eye water by the CWCB.
Yeah. Michael?
So if we ask for a regime of no more than 350 CFS released throughout the year, what's the basis for that?
Well, so we've based it on the fact that it will potentially have negative impacts.
Yes, I know there's negative.
What's the legal basis?
So how do you actually get to the point of saying, okay, we value this as an energy generation, recreational, and a safety thing. And so we think that this reservoir is only capable of releasing 350 CFS at any one time in the year. What do you do?
Yeah, so we.
And who do you allow yourself?
Yeah, we absolutely have no control over the Bureau of Reclamation, who's controlling the releases. As we saw at earlier points in this year, releases will go above that level. They simply will. This was just one concrete way that in the later season, we can affect the numbers that are coming out of that reservoir.
Right,
Because
but
the
the
CWCB
goal, of say, of healthy rivers and streams would be, and a lot of local entities, would be no more than 350 through, period.
Well,
So
perhaps
how do you get to
flushing
that point?
flows every now and then.
Yeah,
Because
in
the
a
general
spring or
concern.
something,
Yeah.
but generally 350 regime. And then, so what's the basis of working towards that?
So that would involve on a larger scale, which is what I think you're getting at, not just simply this lease. It would mean working with Bureau of Reclamation and perhaps going back to the documents that authorized RUDI and looking for ways to ensure that our concerns are addressed. I can tell you right now, that will be complicated, it will not be quick, and I don't know if it'll be a solution, but we
Right.
can go back and look.
But I mean, that seems to be the general goal.
Yeah.
So rather than just respond on an individual lease basis, you try to build up some groundwork for, this is the way it works best for the community, this is the way it works best for the river. So we're balancing a natural system and a plumbing system, and how do we do this? And if you had a legal basis for it,
Yeah.
then it would mean something. Otherwise, you're just challenged every lease that comes up.
Agreed.
And if once they say it isn't of no concern to us, subsequent leases, they'll say the same thing.
I agree with the direction of just seeing what's going on and letting them know we're still out here and things like that. The bigger battle, you know, I just don't know how and where we're going to get it, you know. I mean, when I was talking with Taylor, I've talked to others, there's a certain point at which, if you look at this at a different prism, they already need water for the 15-mile reach, and yet you've not yet seen Windy Gap firming completed or the Moffett Tunnel enlargement completed, which both will take significant new amounts of water out of the system. And so what I've said is, well, wait a second, isn't this somehow acknowledging, I mean, this is supposed to be compensatory storage for the west slope for the waters that were taken this way from our valleys and for our future growth and use on the west slope. And now we're actually dedicating it to minimum stream flows in the 15-mile reach because there's not enough water for the endangered fish. And so that would be the precedent I would be more concerned about, is that this isn't available as it should be for farmers in Grand Junction or for other folks, and that's actually becoming mitigation water for the Front Range existing diversions off the main stem. And so that there may be some principles we need to call on the original authorization document. And it was quite a while ago with Roseanne Sullivan. We went through some of those issues over something else with them, and they like to say, well, yes, Rudai Reservoir is granted for recreation, and damn it, it gives us great recreation on the Roaring Fork River. Look how good that fishery is. And so they're willing to say, well, it's improving this fishery, it may hurt that fishery. And everything they do is a trade-off and a compromise at the big level. And so, you know, Mark Fuller's been on top of this as well, and others through Rudai Water and Power, and I think just staying coordinated and then following up is our next step, and then we look at the big picture from there.
So I'm really hearing twofold. One, another communication with the City of Aspen if they want to partner with us, to the CWCB, following up on what we've laid out before, and secondarily having the Attorney's Office look at the authorizing documents and see if there's any potential to get something going on a larger scale.
I would include Rudai Water and Power on who you reach out to as well as the city.
Further following up on Rachel's thought about Rudai becoming mitigation for diversions over in Grand County. If that is the case, then the entities doing the diversion should be using their own reservoirs over there, like Lake Granby and Homestake Reservoir, or whatever reservoir is the ones that ought to be being used to let water downstream for the 15-mile reach, not Rudai.
And we've raised that as a concern in our previous letter, main stem reservoir releases prioritized above Rudai.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
Next on the agenda, we had
North Star?
If you guys
North
all
Star?
want to jump in on that.
Are we in executive or public?
We're in public.
Public
Okay.
session. We're going into executive session in a
I was just
little
wondering, the
while.
sign on the door over there said exec. And thanks.
This is where, take one, put very long.
Star?
North Star.
Well, I know that I was at the Open Space and Trails meeting last week, and the Open Space and Trails Board approved the management plan for North Star with the changes. It'll be coming before us sort of as a pass-through for an ordinance, so I don't know what else there is to discuss.
I think that it was on there in case there was communication that wanted to be between these two boards directly. I know that there's been letters from Healthy Rivers and Streams commenting on open spaces, master planning related to North Star. So if there was any need for a free-form discussion between the two boards on that.
Yeah, I think at our last joint meeting, we were a little frustrated that we didn't really have time to address the North Star issue before the fact of the approval of the management plan, because there were some issues that we were, felt were pretty important. But I think that those were pretty much addressed, and the Open Space Board did a very good job of listening to our comments, I think, and I think we all appreciated that. So you're right, some of those issues have definitely gone away. And then I know in the meeting last week with the Open Space and Trails, I know George's name came up with the issue of increased enforcement and getting some law enforcement out there, which is another thing that's evolved here, over the course of the summer, which is great. Just because that wasn't really in the management plan, but that's something that we need to do. And we really appreciate that that you guys asked. I understand you asked the sheriff's department to increase their
Over the 4th of July, just to have more of a presence up there, so I don't know if that helped or not.
They've definitely been out
Because the
there.
management plan hasn't gone into effect yet, but part of the management plan does address in terms of coming up with some better enforcement, and whether it be parking or working with the Forest Service in terms of numbers. So there's still work to
Right.
be done. So this was just an attempt to address the immediate concern.
Which is great. And I think you're right, the intent of the management plan is to increase the enforcement, increase the rangers, and, deal with adaptive management and, fix the problems as they come along.
Dave?
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce what Andre said about the ultimate plan. I think subsequent to the last joint meeting, a number of us spoke to a number of you privately about our concerns, and we wrote what I thought was a pretty comprehensive response, and I believe that every single item in our response was addressed in the ultimate management plan. And then Gary came back and presented those results to us, and I thought he did an amazing job. I think previous to that we were concerned that while there was a communication between our respective boards and that we were hearing each other, that didn't necessarily translate down to the staff level, and that has now seemed to have been overcome. So we complimented Gary on his willingness to listen and his willingness to incorporate what we had suggested, and so I think those issues have been addressed, and hopefully going forward we'll have a much more open and aggressive approach to our respective sort of concerns and issues. So I was very pleased with the outcome of that.
Lisa?
Yes, I concur with Dave. I think that the results from our comments were wonderful in the response. I did go to that meeting, and it was really great. George ran out of the room and went over to the sheriff's department. I mean, immediately in the meeting with Open Space, so it was quite impressive. But I have one comment because I do work as a biologist, and I do continue to hear this. People saying, well, the wildlife is flourishing out at North Star. We get this word flourishing, and the data says so. And I just want to let you guys know that that Open Space doesn't have data that would be able to be statistically significant in any way to be able to discern any kind of real changes in what's happening with wildlife. A lot of this is just observational through cameras, through walking the property. So to kind of continue to try and beat that drum that wildlife is flourishing out there, even though there's so many people, is really just an inaccurate statement. There would have to be very expensive studies that would show statistical significance and changes between, you know, what's happening with certain bird species or, you know, whatever. So, you know, elk don't hang out there anymore. I mean, they used to. I mean, there's not as many, you know. So I guess that's just all I wanted to say is that it would be very expensive to collect that kind of data, and it's really not technically correct to say that, you know, wildlife is flourishing because the data says so. That's I just wanted to make that statement. So thanks for listening.
Patty, and then
Yeah.
Greg.
Two things. One of the issues, because I was part of the original North Star master planning process.
Remember.
Yeah, and one of the concerns was to collect that data, you would be having such a great impact on that other section of North Star.
Correct.
So that was taboo. I mean, you weren't going to allow people to go over there and study the wildlife and disturb them. We were going to let them flourish on their own, so to speak. But so, and as far as enforcement is a key part of the master plan, the newly evolved master plan. But I think the bigger key to it is the education and public outreach. That we don't want to be the strong, we'd rather educate. We came up with some maybe creative ideas for the put-in up there to have hopefully some volunteers. We're kind of looking at the evolving process like they do at the Maroon Bells to educate people on the need for the quiet zone, that this is a nature preserve and habitat, and that we want you to enjoy it, but we want you to respect it. And I think that's going to be huge. And trying to bring in the demographics of those younger people who are using it so enormously, to try and get them to educate each other, maybe with a video or a website they can click on their phones and say, this is where you're going, this is what you're going through, and this is why we need it to be a quiet zone. So we came up with some pretty creative ideas during our discussion with Open Space and Trails. So we're looking at that evolving once the master plan really kicks in.
Yeah, and I don't know if this board knows.
The management plan.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I don't know if this board knows, but maybe everyone does know. But they're putting in for a quiet zone for the entire stretch that Open Space owns. That was suggested by Graham Means, actually. I guess originally.
Yeah, that's part of it. But to try and
really great.
get that enforceable. It's really, we don't want officers lining the riverbank, with bullhorns telling people to be quiet. We want to educate the populace so that they understand the need for a quiet zone and what a quiet zone really means and why it's important for them, for the enjoyment of their journey through the North Star, but also to keep that journey possible.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Craig?
I've got a couple comments that were sent to me by some people who live up on the river, and I have my own observations following up on what Lisa said. Going through there last week, I noticed, I saw one duck. I realized the animals actually live on the water. They're nesting there. Normally we see pairs of ducks. They just weren't there. And when you have so many people sweeping through there, there's no doubt it has an impact on the wildlife, and just wanted to point that out as my own observation. I've received some notes, and people sent us photographs on the 4th of July in particular, but really every day in the summer now. There are many people going through. They do make a lot of noise, as we know. But one of the issues that's come up that I think we really need to look at is what's the liability to the county and to the homeowners? What are the rules about the wildwood put-in particular? The Forest Service owns the property, but never managed it. It's a non-compliant put-in. There's a trail there that crosses, I think, mining claims, but not public land, not Forest Service land. There are several issues with the fire marshal has said that no one should be parking on the entire Wildwood Road. This last weekend, there were cars all the way out to the highway, clogged the entire Wildwood. The Wildwood School's permit for operation is contingent upon a free access for fire access. And the fire marshal said they would shut them down. So there's several issues there that I think the county and Open Space and Trails aren't even aware of. of course, the homeowners are upset. We've all heard about that with the noise and the parking. Apparently, if you go up there and wander around the woods, you're going to see a lot of toilet paper. People are going on a river trip, usually have to relieve themselves before they go. There's no facility for that. So really, we're assuming we have a put-in at Wildwood while we've done nothing to actually create a put-in. One of the suggestions that I've heard and I really like is that the put-in that has been signed as a takeout at the paraglider landing strip could actually be a put-in for tubers. And we could promote that as a put-in for tubers to take some of the pressure off the heron roost, the more sensitive areas that are deeper into the wildlife preserve, as well as the neighborhood up on the upper end of that area up toward Wildwood. And there's plenty of river to be had there. I know the local shops are selling and renting sup boards and inner tubes and all that and promoting people using that. And there are guides taking people in, probably without permit. If you observe it enough, you can see guided tours going through. It seems to me that if we establish a put-in at the paraglider landing strip, they still have 1.5 miles or so of wonderful drifting river that's actually through the preserve that the county and OST actually have control over. With Wildwood and the Forest Service property, the private property up there, there's kind of a can of worms. Everyone's ignoring it, but it's come too far to ignore any longer. I know the homeowners pay to maintain a road which gets trashed and clogged. Wildwood School is very nervous about access. So there's something that needs to be looked into, and I don't know who's going to be looking into that.
George?
Well, those are good points, Greg, but the Open Space and Trails is well aware of these issues. It's not only the issue in terms of the put-in, but the takeout is an issue for the other homeowner association. So Open Space is working with the Forest Service and with the homeowners association, with the fire district, with the sheriff's department to try to address all these issues. A lot of people don't really realize that it is a multi-jurisdiction situation up there. The county only has one little piece of it, and so our ability to manage that is going to have to rely on our ability to work with all these other entities, and Forest Services is certainly one of them. And they're in discussions for those, and that's part of the master plan, actually, as that master plan goes forward.
Can I just add to that real quick? Actually, George is absolutely right, but they're also trying to take it one step further with the Forest Service and actually come up with some kind of a intergovernmental agreement of sorts where we will have enforcement authority, or the Sheriff's Department or Open Space Rangers on the Forest Service property. Another case of the forest not having enough money to manage anything,
Right.
and let alone that little parking lot. And so we're going to try and see if we can't come up with a firm agreement that the county can step in there.
The parking lot itself apparently is not even a compliant,
Right.
it just appeared there one day. It's one of those things.
And that would be the base area for some educational outreach, et cetera, to try and bring the public in on it.
Rachel?
I think Ruthie was first, but
Okay.
Just that Healthy Rivers had really recommended using an educational component and partnering with ACES and really having that be the core of trying to do an outreach to the community and have them be in close collaboration with the renters, the commercial renters that are doing it, as well as with the hotels that are sending people up to North Star, and also trying to do eliminate parking and really use it as an educational facility as opposed to a recreational facility.
yeah, I agree with that. And I think, Greg, you brought up some good ideas about where it should really start, much larger discussions. I think this is a topic for our next quarterly meeting with the Forest Service. We tend to try to meet with them about issues. I don't know if it's fully cooked, but we can at least let them know of our concerns and start that discussion formally board to board that way. I kind of see really having the need for some dedicated hours of staff doing the policing, and we know the rangers will be out there sometime, but I think we need to start a real kind of dedicated regime, whether weekends are bigger and they're there from 9 to noon and then back again from 3 to 6 or something like that. But the trash really bothers me, and I don't know if we can have someone there and maybe they're nondescript clothes and they say, hey, you just littered, you're leaving, that's a $500 fine. thank you very much? Or have we posted no littering signs, $500? Or are there private property signs near the woods where people seem to be going to use as a restroom? I'm not sure about how to manage the difference of where the appropriate put-in is. There is, public access to waterways. The waters are there to be enjoyed by the public. But at the same time, I worry about the wildlife concerns that you've brought forward too. I have just thought, how can you really have a decent trout sand bottom if you have paddles and sticks and everything constantly stirring up the, suspended solids? Is the river ever still anymore, let alone the noise or human interference? And so I think I can see moving the management plan forward as it is, but also that's not the end-all be-all. It's going to be what are the enforcement actions and what are the natural next steps coming from that management plan to protect the preserve and the wildlife values there.
Henry?
That sounds great, and I think we're all moving in the right direction for sure, especially with our communications with open space and trails, and a lot of these ideas are kind of coming to fruition. I know that, for example, the signage on the road into Wildwood is on its way. It's not here yet, and it's not in place, but right now there's no signage. We got to get the signage in place, and we need to have signs about a fine for litter, like you said, and then we need to find some people and get the word out. And start actually people getting busted. And I know the sheriff's out there. I see him out there every afternoon almost. And he's in haggling with these surfers and whatnot. And it's pretty funny. I've got kind of a relationship with him because I ride my bike by there every time, and I've stopped and talked to him and kind of smiling as he's harassing some girls in bikinis or something. But so I think we're moving in the right direction. In a legal way. And he's just like, what do I do? Because they're not really breaking any law. But something interesting that I would like to point out with the wildlife, though, I did encounter over the flood, with the flooding out there, things are changing, and that was a fantastic event for North Star ecologically. But I've found boreal toads in the North Star area, and they are in there, and the flood moved them around, and I'm wondering if that might be that's an issue. They're listed as an endangered species in Colorado, I believe, regionally.
Well, federally, yeah.
Yeah, or threatened. I'm not sure exactly.
They're threatened.
So, it goes a little bit beyond just the heron colony and deer and elk. So anyway, they're out there, and that's something to consider. And that's an important species that had historically been there, and it would be nice for them to come back.
So I'll do the last word on this. We all realize there's a problem. You just have to look at the photographs, and we know there's a problem. Open Space and Trails knows there's a problem, and I think the management plan addresses it better than the previous management plan. We're headed in the right direction. We might need to do more, but we very likely will need to do more than we already have down the road. But we kind of have to try the management plan like they put it out, with a really heavy education piece and more enforcement. One thought that I had proposed to Open Space and Trails, or maybe just in a conversation with Gary, was that perhaps we could purchase land from the Forest Service. Summit County just purchased 40 acres of land from the Forest Service for a housing project in the Frisco area. I don't know if it was Summit County or if it was Frisco got the land, but I think it would be worth considering that as a possibility if we could gain control of the Wildwood Road, to have it be in Open Space and Trails ownership or county ownership. Then we could manage it without having to try to coordinate with the Forest Service and perhaps come up with a better situation out there.
Isn't Wildwood on that parcel?
Wildwood it's an easement given to the Wildwood School
By the forest.
and the homeowners by the Forest Service, as the road is. It's been maintained by the homeowners in the school all this time. And then there's mining claim in there as well, where the old gravel pit, the put-in is really an old gravel pit, sand pit. So yeah, it's a complicated deal, a lot of stress up there.
Yeah. Okay, any other thoughts before we move on? Okay, next, it looks like budget request.
It's really not a budget request, it's just your quarterly update on the under 5,000 expenditures that the board has approved. The memo of interest is pretty self-explanatory. They approved a $2,000 request from the Colorado Foundation for Water Education for underwriting opportunities for land use and water education programs. I think that might have maybe come from Rachel originally, through Nicole, I think.
It didn't come through me, but they approached you, and then she told me she was approaching you.
Good. And then just recently, they approved a Roaring Fork Conservancy $5,000 grant for a riparian education outreach program that we just met with the Conservancy on yesterday about, Lisa and I did, on how to start the outreach, and they started working on some newspaper ads, and they are also including Healthy Rivers and Streams in the Aspen Public Radio spots. So keep an ear out for that.
Steve, can
Yeah.
I just, in looking at the board approval column over here, is there a reason why we had one vote against? Was there an issue that came out in the discussion?
Ruby had that.
Ruby?
Yeah, it's in
I'm
the,
looking at you.
it's in the packet.
It's in the packet, yeah.
But,
Well, I was reading through it, and that's the thing that jumped out at me, and I just wanted a further explanation as to.
thank you. Yes, I think that Roaring Fork Conservancy is really good at what they do, and they have done several outreach programs. I felt that there were other sources of
Funding
revenue
opportunity.
that they could have called on
And that-
and not have called on the taxpayers to fulfill that mission, and I would rather have that money allocated towards something more hard that would have had, but that's just me.
But so it went beyond other funding opportunities, you just felt that the money might be better utilized within? Okay. I just wanted a further clarification on that.
Lisa and then George.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. This is kind of, it's turning out for the Roaring Fork Conservancy, it's really sort of seed money in a way for something that I think is going to turn into something bigger. And they're already talking about how to take this money right now, come up with a plan, and then actually figure out how to go after some other grant money. And they're also talking about how this sort of educational campaign can be applicable possibly to other West Slope communities. So in a way, this $5,000 is sort of turning into some sort of seed money for them, although they will put out an ad this summer. And they are talking about brochures and potential for posters, potential for it going online so other people could use their whatever they put together, their advertisements, their educational pieces, and they could actually print them, put them in PDFs, things like that. So this $5,000 should go a lot further.
Great. That's, it was brought through the thing, I just needed more clarification. Thanks.
George?
So Lisa, $5,000, that's kind of above $5,000, but $5,001 would have to come before the BOCC for approval, but $5,000 and under, it does not have to. Okay. My only concern when I saw this was that I would like to see any contributions that the Healthy Rivers and Streams do for whatever organization, whatever purpose, that there is some matching funds and there's some potential, rather than us funding what, at least, prior to your comments, Lisa, it looked like it was just a local ad campaign that Healthy Rivers and Stream was funding completely on your own, and I questioned whether that was the best use of your dollars without matching funds. So.
Yeah, that's typically a requirement of the grant criteria. But I think we looked at all of the other criteria that we evaluate these types of requests against. And I'm not sure how that particular one scored, but one of the things that we've identified as a priority is education. So, and Lisa's working on this as, you know, our representative to that particular effort, even though they're taking the lead and they have the expertise. So I think the key thing there is, while matching funds are typically a requirement where we don't participate, this is something in which we're actively participating and may have done independently of them. So using their expertise and providing some funding to do that, I think, is consistent with our mission and the kinds of things that we want to see from a public outreach perspective, which, you know, we're beginning to do more of.
Rachel?
Yeah, I would just say I appreciate the work evaluating and taking a look at it and taking a hard look at it. And the fund, when it was approved by the voters, did reference leveraging our funds with other entities. And, you know, we're not here to recreate and become a new Roaring Fork Conservancy ourselves. So I think that they were properly made. And yeah, I'm sure you'll see other requests. I'm under the impression that Colorado Water Trust is applying, and that's something you'll review in the future out of your remaining budget that you can allocate directly. I don't know anything about it. I did receive a email from the director saying I'm coming in front of your board soon, and if you have time to talk to me, but I haven't had time.
I had noted Greg's comments that were in our packet, where you said, "I am skeptical that the ads alone will reach and positively affect the target audience. This is a shotgun approach that may be less effective or economical than targeting a target audience in a more focused way." And that caught on, and, you know, I really noticed that, because if the target audience is the landowners along that have the riparian area, we should do a target mailing specifically to every landowner in the county, including, you know, my family ranch, which has 3 miles of riparian area on there. And that could be more going to the targeted audience who has control over the riparian areas. And I think that's probably what you were referring to, Greg.
We discussed that on our board, and a lot of good points came up. Not only the landowners in these areas, but the landscapers, the landscape architects, people that are out there doing the work, suggesting it. You know, so they might be able to steer their clients toward less of a landscaped bluegrass to the edge of the river, and more, you know, let's attract the birds sort of thing with the indigenous plants. So we did discuss that round and around, and I just think I voiced some of the conversation that we'd all had.
Ruthie?
We did have Ken here, and who had extensively studied it over the years, and he did say that the most effective way was not through advertising, and it was through reaching the actual landscape and people who are in the position of making these decisions of how they are going to affect riparian areas. So it was a confirmation on my fears that, you know, homeowners, someone who's building a large expensive home is not going to be affected by an ad in the Aspen Times. So that was a confirmation of that.
Rachel, and then Lisa.
You know, just briefly thinking about this and playing it to the next level. You know, I appreciate that they're beginning the effort to talk about riparian habitats in a proactive way. But when the city of Aspen was dealing with historical preservation issues, there was a point in time in which they came up with a local kind of certification program, so that they could tell the public or a potential client, yes, I've been through the city of Aspen's program, and so I know I can't just rip that board off and replace it with a new board, you know, matching materials or some of the basics. And, you know, it becomes a credentialing that's important to them, and they can promote and use to enhance their business. And maybe creating some sort of certificate program surrounding riparian vegetation and maintaining riparian vegetation for the exact same group, the landscape architects and the landscaper companies and things like that, would be a way that both it's valuable for their time because they walk away with something, and then it's valuable for our education on it. And so maybe we could work to evolve this into something a little more direct like that.
I would have proposed an award, same sort of deal, certification or an
Yeah.
award, at least.
For the best treatment
showing
of the-
that someone
yeah.
has done a great job, you know, when we find that.
Yeah.
And holding them up as an example. And that would be a great use of our funds, I think, for public outreach, because we haven't really done that much public outreach, but this would be a way to target that group.
Mhm. Lisa?
Yeah, this is a great discussion because everything that everyone's bringing up, we've actually brought up in our small meetings. And the Roaring Fork Conservancy is very much on board with trying to come up with some kind of, I don't know if it would be a certification, but some sort of award program, and then even putting a picture of their riparian area in the paper and talking about the award, you know, and just publicly announcing that. So, yeah, because Greg and Ruthie's concerns, you know, we really wanted to address them. And so, and then the other thing, what was I going to say in addition to that? Oh, I know. The other issue is that, I mean, peer pressure is definitely one of the biggest ways to make people change behavior. And so the idea is kind of trying to raise the general education of the public so that they put pressure on their neighbors, you know, to do the right thing with their riparian area. So not only is the Conservancy interested and the Healthy Rivers Board in going after targeted audiences like, you know, people who, Steve Childs, 3 miles of river, and landscapers, and even just, you know, people who are in the business of maintenance of landscapes too, because a lot of those people get asked to, can you just bring your chainsaw and come and clear this, you know, area out? I mean, it doesn't even have to be a landscape architect. So yeah, we're trying to kind of connect the dots with everybody.
Steve?
Yeah.
You know, the weed board is doing that.
Exactly.
The weed board is going out and trying to educate landscapers, maintenance, property managers in helping to eradicate noxious weeds on their parcels and not cut out the perennials that are good, and so the weeds grow back in because they're easier to maintain. So there's already that. So it might be something we can not have. I don't know how we could meld those together rather than everybody trying to reach that same audience, you know, to try and educate. And peer pressure is good, but we have to be careful with that with neighbors to neighbors because we've had some very hot situations with neighbor relationships, so we have to be very careful with that.
Yes.
We don't want to get into that one.
We've read about that in the paper.
Yes.
Bill?
Well, I voted for it after listening to Ruthie and Greg's points, and I just felt in addition, and those are good points and they should be gotten to at some point, but just general education of the public on these issues is a valuable thing to do and a valuable use of our funds, so that's why I voted for it.
And I'm sorry, I just realized that all the GPs on here are in this memo that we got is comments from you. I'm going,
I didn't see
GP? See, I did read all this, but I just couldn't figure out who GP was coming from.
Okay. So thank you, Lisa. Moving on, we have future direction for the program, policy statements and additional considerations. Bill?
What I hope we can do is look for an employee, a staff person. And I say that because we started out, of course, thinking we could buy water rights and trade water rights and transfer to minimum stream flows, and we've been working 7 years and we haven't done that. But I think if we had an employee, somebody preferably with some scientific background, a hydrologist or biologist, somebody who could wander the streams and see opportunities for riparian improvements that could be brought back to us and we could consider, and then have our own suggest to you guys that we do something about a particular stretch of a stream, and then hopefully have someone who would also have the expertise to actually oversee a contract to make those improvements. So I think we need things to do. We need, our money's stacking up, and we're not able to do what we thought we were able to do in the very beginning. So here's something that I think we can do, but we would need help to find those opportunities and to talk with those landowners and see if agreements could be reached, and then proceed to do something. So I hope we can do that.
Dave?
One of the things that Ruthie and I have been talking to Open Space about, and we brought this up at the last meeting that Gary attended, was that Open Space holds a number of water rights and or holds a number of water rights beneficially through conservation easements. And we've been speaking with Hawk and Graham at a high level about how do we use those in a way that's beneficial, whatever that means. And I'm not sure we know what that means yet, but we've asked for an accounting of every water right that the county holds, either directly or beneficially. And then we want to put those up against a GIS and then look to opportunities to use those rights in a way that would be either in-stream flow based or rewatering reaches that are underwater, like this Colorado Water Trust thing that's coming to us. Pretty impressive plan that they put together. Those types of actions. The issue is we don't have the technical expertise in-house, whether it's an employee or a contractor, to make sure that we're looking at, number one, what's the highest priority? Number two, what kind of benefit would we get from it, and how would it benefit the public or in general? So I think that's kind of underlying some of what Bill's talking about, and I think that in addition to that, it's likely that we would require some additional staff time to support that, whether it's from Lisa or from some other county employee that could at least support a resource like that. So that's a dialogue that we just started at our last meeting, and we think it's probably something that we would put into our 2016 budget.
Can we utilize, I don't know, the monies to actually hire a staff person or contract with somebody so we can? Because I'm thinking of the county general fund, and where, it's a sensitive question when you talk about bringing more staff on, but I think maybe contracting with somebody who has the knowledge and the skills, because the staff upstairs is pretty busy, so, and it's pretty time consuming from what I'm gathering.
I would like to look at it in a big picture context of the annual budget. A portion of that is currently paying for attorney office time already. So we're doing staffing, as it were.
At some level.
And so, when we look at new positions and to hire the level of expertise you're talking about, whether you go with a contract basis for a single project by project or whether you go for a full-time employee, there are really significant costs in terms of the benefit package. I think that we see somewhere around $24,000, $26,000 a year on top of the salary, with their insurance and retirement and other opportunities. So, it can be a really big hit to the budget. So that's where I would like to look at, and that's been our caution all along, frankly, from when we first passed and we were in the recession and it wasn't generating nearly what we thought it would. And I also would say that I know while the dollars may seem big, like they're piling up, we've had projects we intended and may still well use them on, such as the Coal Creek projects, and so they're not big numbers when you actually are going to be able to get on the ground and do a water filtration system and the land purchase or something like that. And we are still in multiple legal battles over water rights and things that we're taking, the Bluestead Tunnel issue and that. So, I would love to look at it in the big picture. I can understand how we want to target more specifically, perhaps, specific projects with expertise who can take it forward. At the same time, I want to make sure that we are continuing to build the healthy reserves, because we're soon going to see the state water plan adopted this coming fall. We're going to see the IPPs, the identified projects and processes that are clearly coming from the Front Range about the remaining conditional rights on our area. So I just want to keep in perspective both the big picture and the small picture, because I'd love to see us doing more restoration on some of the stream banks and things like that, and continue to look for projects. But just because Coal Creek has been delayed doesn't mean that that placeholder goes away and we don't need the money that would have been necessary for building something like that. So, I think it's just really important. Once you get to the position of hiring staff, you can, basically reduce your annual budget for all other things by, 10% or something like that. And so we have to make sure we're going to get the return on investment for that, and it would have really clear goals and priorities and workload. And would it become its own office and have its own attorney? Do we then take it all out of Lisa and Laura and John Ely's purview and say, hey, this is the new person, he's your staffer? Or do they still continue to carry half the load? And who really directs their work? So there'd be a lot of details to that, and I do just want to be clear on what we would be doing with the position. The whole issue of minimum stream flow and water rights has become that the CWCB never acted on our first water trust. They never put in the gauges, and so we can't buy water rights unless and hold them for minimum stream flow. We just can't. It's not allowed. It has to go to some sort of beneficial use. So I appreciate the effort and the interest with Open Space and Trails on their water rights, and I have kind of questioned a few times along those lines of, I thought we were going to try and put more of those in the river, and it's like, well, now our priorities have shifted a little bit, and we're into local food production, so we're pretty much using all our water rights, and that way, and so. How do we balance those different things? But I think they're great conversations to be had. I think the inventory is necessary, and I think that there can be, programs around the edges, just like they're asking all farmers and ag folks to do around the state to look at demand management and so on. But that's my general thoughts on staffing.
George and then Greg.
It's interesting, the Open Space and Trails is celebrating their 25th year in operation, and occasionally, at least once a year, we get an update in terms of all that they've accomplished. And I think, to your point, Bill, even though you've been in place for 7 years now, I think it's hard to think about what you've actually accomplished unless you sort of see that as an aggregate. And I would like to see that perhaps at our next meeting, all the projects that you have contributed to and been successful at, because sometimes we forget that as time moves on. And I think that list will be fairly impressive. And I would like to see that from 7 years and perhaps then an annual year. That would give us a better understanding in terms of what has been accomplished and sort of some of your future goals and objectives as well, and then tie that into a conversation with staffing. Is that a part-time? Is that a consultant? Is that full-time? And things like that.
I think that'd be a great idea, an annual report. But first a cumulative report, and then
Greg?
annual update.
We'll put our staff on that.
Just write it down, you noticed that, didn't you?
Two things. One is Open Space and Trails has a staff of about 10, as I recall. Is that correct? 11, okay. We're not trying to compare ourselves to them, but I want to point out that we're all volunteers. I think we give as much time as we can. We'd give more if we could. But to leverage our talent and skills, I'm talking about my associates, not my own, maybe a staff would actually help leverage what we're doing in a greater way. The frustrations I have are that for outreach, we really haven't done much. We've got a logo now, it appears here and there, but I was hoping that this board could inspire the entire western slope and counties and watersheds to create their own entities similar to ours that could actually have some collective power to weigh in on the Colorado Water Plan or weigh in on some of these huge issues that are coming from the eastern slope. I'd love to see, whether staff or contract, our ability to create outreach with a PR department or an advertising agency who can raise the bar on this type of stuff we're putting out so we can really reach people in a good way beyond our own watershed. So I'm thinking that you've got us all here, we're doing our best, but we're all a little frustrated because it doesn't seem like enough to us. And more could be done. And the amount of work, as you all know, it's endless. Sure would be nice to have somebody who could follow through on all these brilliant ideas, or not, that we have, because often we can't.
Dave?
You know, I've been around for about 2 years now, and in that time, notwithstanding the projects that went previous to that, and we do have an inventory of them, because Ruthie and I, and previously Rick Riley and I, put them together in a new finance approach. So we've created a finance committee. We look at everything we've done in the past, we look at everything we think is on the table, and then what is coming forward prospectively. So we've improved our budgeting process, we've improved our evaluation, we've recreated our grant criteria. We have a GIS subcommittee, we have an open space and trail subcommittee, we have our education subcommittee, a PR subcommittee. So we've created all of these sort of internal, that we staff, support organizations, and we can and will inventory in the budget process for you what we've done and what we have planned. But just if you look at, from my point of view, in the last 24 months, we have made enormous progress. We've actually accomplished a lot of things, not just giving away money and not just supporting projects, but organizing ourselves around thinking differently about what this group does, how it benefits its mission, and how it benefits the county, and actually more the Roaring Fork Valley. And you know, clearly we've given a lot of money away, especially to the Roaring Fork Conservancy and some others. But we're now at a point where we know what's coming with the water plan in effect. We have Mark Fuller, who wants to come and talk to us jointly about the Regional Water Effectiveness Program and the Watersheds Conference. He needs about an hour of our time to do that. I've actually seen the presentation, it's pretty impressive. But it's like, so a lot of the stuff inside those plans is stuff that will probably come to us for some money. Either us directly or the county as a whole. So, you know, I think we've got a lot of stuff on our plate, prioritizing that, and then having resources, whether it's contract or staff. I understand what you're saying, Rachel, about the overhead, which I think is a concern. But there are hydrologists in the county and in the state that we could hire to actually do parts of the work. I know we use Seth Mason, for example, and other county-based projects as an example. So, you know, how we approach that and how we apply it. The question is going to be, what is it we do? And then how do we take those resources and apply them to that?
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was actually just going to say what Dave said, but I will add, you know, I'm always wary of growing government. I am always scrutinizing how our funds are spent. And I don't feel like our war chest is actually all that big, and I would like to see it grow more. So I don't have any concerns about trying to spend this money. I like holding on to it, I like having it there. For, in the future, we might need large acquisitions. But I think there are resources of contract labor, or certainly we live in a town with incredible amount of highly educated young people who are coming out of colleges and looking for work, and they could be interned into positions. So there are ways to go about doing this that could meet both our conservative fiscal scrutinies and get more work done.
Bill?
Moving on to another future direction. Thanks to the education part of this fund, for 7 years I've been going to conferences around, and I really appreciate that, and I feel I've learned a lot. What I keep hearing everywhere is frustration and dissatisfaction with Colorado water law. In fact, about the only place where there still seem to be cheerleaders for the existing law would be the Colorado Water Congress, but everybody else, from Jim Lockhead, the biggest water manager on the state, who calls our system paralyzed, on down. And so if we can do anything to provoke discussions, promote discussions where possibly some change might come about, I think that would be great. We've got Ken Ransford, who's doing a heroic job on his critique of Colorado water law. We've got other people locally who are forming their opinions, and so I've mentioned this to both to Rachel and Steve before. If we can somehow get together a group and start some meaningful discussions and come up with some agreements on change. And you know, Brent wrote excellent articles that you all probably read this week, and that's just one of the problems. But our legal setup, our administrative, our conservancy districts entirely operated by appointed officials, not directly responsible to voters. There are just a number of things that really seem wrong, really seem inappropriate to deal with what the problems that are coming up. And so I'm hoping we can get behind something there as another one of our future directions.
Okay. Craig?
I just, when Ruthie mentioned an internship, I just thought that's a great idea, and I'm wondering how would we go about exploring maybe reaching out to ACES or Roaring Fork Conservancy. A lot of people might not know this, but ACES over 40 years has many naturalists. They pick the best and the brightest from the schools around the country that come here after they get finished with ACES. Often, many, I think maybe 40 now, have migrated into our local schools in the valley. So we have a very high level of environmental education that comes as an indirect result, maybe a direct result of ACES recruiting these people. What would it take to reach out to a group like ACES and say, listen, do any of your people have an interest in water? Could they come and intern for us? And what could we offer them? I've never set one of these up before. I'm just wondering, maybe that's a way to get some brilliant and affordable staff to come on board. Does the county do that?
Well, I think, not right now, because I think we're going to run out of time. We need to go into exec, but I think what we want to do is have a conversation with John Peacock in terms of what needs to happen to, what are the requirements, what are the impacts, space, whatever, in terms of bringing an internship on. But I think we start with the county manager's office with that conversation.
Because we do utilize it.
And it would likely require more staff time by Lisa. You know, she's obviously split in many different directions currently. You know, perhaps some more ability for her to spend more time on Healthy Rivers and Streams, coordinating not only internships, but contractors, etc. So that's another consideration down the road.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in support of what Healthy Rivers and Streams thinks they need, but you have to define it. And you have to give us some sort of sketch of what it is, ranging from executive director to an intern. How do you want to structure it? It's your program. How do you want to structure it? And then let us know in a very specific way what that structure looks like. And then the conversation can really be substantive. You know, right now it seems we're just throwing out ideas, and we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. And there's just not enough structure to it. So.
And that's,
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with what Michael's saying, and I hope my comments weren't to dissuade anyone that I don't think either contract or whatever, but it does have to be very targeted. If it's a longer-term project, we don't want an intern who's going to turn over in 8 months and go somewhere else. And I don't want to spend that much time educating them about our programs, our water law, our issues, you know, and then have them gone and do it again and pay for someone's training that way. But on the other hand, if it's project specific and it's about restoring a specific reach and, you know, has a start and a finish, an intern might work great. Or if it's an intern with that greater PR skills, it might work great. But so I agree very much with Michael saying we'd have to think about how exactly we want to target it and what are the other things that are on our plate or are going to be on our plate that require our funds. And so, you know, I just go back to the big picture again.
Just a real quick comment, and we know that this is a new idea on our board. I mean, we've been talking about it for a long time, but it just came up recently, and I think we're just exploring what are the options. So we appreciate your comments and help to guide us to come to a better idea of exactly what it is that we need to move forward in a better way. And that's an internal discussion. So any help that you can provide to us in comments is greatly appreciated.
Okay, Lisa?
Yeah, this has been really helpful for us to hear your feedback and, and yeah, I do think that that two big things are definitely, trying to start the discussion somewhere, somehow about Colorado water law and see if there is any way for this board to show some kind of leadership in talking about changing Colorado water law. I mean, I know that's like forbidden. It shouldn't pass your lips, in most crowds in the water world. But that is the big discussion. That's the big elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And can this board? How will we get involved? And Bill's talked about having a conference now. Mark Fuller's talking about having a conference. There may be room for 2 of those. I don't know. But anyway, it's great to have your feedback on both those.
Really briefly, I heard that Garfield County is also organizing a water provider conference coming up, in their communities. But secondly, we did spend 2 full years with some pretty vigorous effort and research trying with Gail Schwartz, who was a water leader, and with the most powerful seat you could possibly have, to change the water law that much for in-stream flows, and we're unable to overcome it. So I don't want to discount it. I want to keep going. But when we look at sometimes where did our money go, it goes towards legislative efforts that may or may not prevail.
But we keep trying.
Keep beating our head against the cement, but the wall or
Okay.
whatever. But we're going to keep trying.
I'm sure we could continue discussing lots of ideas all day long, but we do have an important item on the executive session, so.
I would like to touch on just one thing before we
Okay.
go into executive. If he's okay with that.
Okay.
One of the things we flagged here was policy statements. So there's been a lot of discussion today on where is Healthy Rivers and Stream Board going to head, what do they stand for, what do they want, and one of the ways to perhaps put that together is to create policy statements. What are the positions on trans-basin diversions? A lot of these things have been done in comments on the water plan or in various areas, but putting together comprehensive but concise statements on where Healthy Rivers and Stream Board and Pitkin County sit on particular water issues may start to drive where their work is going to be. So that's something that we wanted to propose at having both members of each board start to think about, and we can put together those statements, and that can be a resource for the public on what they're doing and why they're doing it, really, what that background is. And that's something, that the Colorado River Board does, those sorts of things. So other organizations put that out there to kind of guide where they're going to go.
Boulder County has a policy statement, which their 2 people who are their lobbyists at the Capitol use for, lobbying on different issues. And I haven't looked through it. I have a copy of it, and I could pass it on to you, Laura, and
That'd be great.
maybe we can get some ideas out of that. Perhaps they have some water policy in there that we could use some of the wording from or something like that.
Yeah, I would agree with moving forward that as long as it flows from the original ballot language.
Okay. Any further comments before we go into executive session?
I would make a motion to go into a special meeting and executive session to discuss
Okay, welcome to our County Commissioners meeting on Tuesday, July 7th. It's the afternoon part of the meeting now. And first up on our agenda is future agendas. John?
All right, thanks, Steve. A few items for you on future agendas. First, you, of course, have already noted that today we do not have our joint meeting with the City of Aspen. After getting back from vacation, I was able to visit with Steve Barwick, and we have rescheduled that meeting for Tuesday, August 18th. I believe all of you are due to be here, hopefully.
I don't see in.
No, I guess I'll be here.
Did you say October?
August 18th, yeah.
I believe I'll be here.
I won't be here.
What's that?
I don't think I'm here, but that's fine.
Okay,
It doesn't
the
matter.
thinking behind that date was a fewfold. One, the city council, the new council, is getting ready to go into a strategic planning session, a goal-setting session later this month, and so they will be done with that process and be able to talk to us about, you know, the outcomes of their retreat. We also anticipate having the intergovernmental agreement on the Rio Grande recycling on there. I think the one question that was hanging out for at least staff on that front was there's an item about the cost share to start in 2016, and you know, the city would like to work through all the elements and suggest that the cost share be included as part of their 2016 budget process, which would be a discussion that we would probably ask for also, but they're open to discussing that IGA with that provision. And then they're still working. I do not believe they've scheduled a presentation yet from CPW on the bears that we had received, and so waiting for an update on that. But it made sense given that and that the last item is they had to delay their facilities discussion because of a family emergency or issue with one of the council members. So they're hoping to have their facilities discussion mid-July, so they should be able to kind of report out on where they're headed there. So August seemed like the better time frame for us to all be getting together. So we have that on the schedule for August 18th.
I anticipate being here, but depending upon my plans,
Sure.
I'll keep you in the loop.
Yeah, so keep me posted, and sorry for the confusion on that one. The other item is the landfill is hosting this. This one came, I think, was being planned in my absence, so the communications weren't as smooth on it. But the landfill is doing a sorting tour. They've opened it up for elected officials. I know, I believe you guys received an email or invite on that as well as council. What we did not do is run it through this process to see who might be attending and whether that needs to be posted or not. It's really an opportunity to kind of see what's going into the waste stream right now, what's being sorted out, what's going into the landfill. It's really being viewed as kind of a prep as we start talking about the potential for a zero or near zero waste kind of policy. What are our opportunities for increased diversion for, you know, elected officials to go out and see what's happening at the landfill now. That is on Thursday at 9:30, and
8:30 to 9:30.
8:30, 9:30.
I apologize. I was looking at the last number, 8:30 to 9:30.
9:30 sounded better.
I know. Yeah, I may have had better attendance if it started at 9:30. Are any of you planning on attending that?
I think Steve's
Got
going.
Steve?
I may, just depends, but I'm
Okay.
hoping to get out there for that at 8:30.
I will be at NACO, so I will not.
Okay. Michael, no? Okay, so we can go ahead and post it just in case, but it's good to know that
Yeah.
at least 2 of you will be going, and probably won't be a notice issue. The last thing we wanted to talk about, and I asked Phyllis to kind of take this on because it, I think, came up while I was gone, is there is some discussion about the agenda format. We've been using the new agendas for a little bit, and I think there are some recommendations for items that board members were either finding confusing or maybe weren't working as well. I know in our discussions, we've noticed some things with the timing and how we set up the agendas that maybe could use some improving. So we thought we'd just talk about those things, open it up for discussion a little bit, and see if we wanted to make any tweaks to the format. In general, at least from staff's perspective, I think this is making more sense for us in terms of scheduling and setting up, and we've been getting through, I think, some of our items a little bit more quickly, but no change is ever perfect the first or maybe even second time around, and so good for us to kind of spend a little bit of time revisiting. I'll hand it over to you, Phyllis.
Okay, so I just passed out a sample. We did the first Tuesday in August, so the changes are really just to the work session. The regular meetings, I think, are working well. We've eliminated some of the language that was on there because I think it was getting to the point where it was busy, and I think we got through our learning curve of why all that language was on there. Moving staff and community presentations to the first thing that would occur on the agenda, which is really helpful for scheduling those outside communications, because I think we have somewhat control over how those align. Then we have upcoming regular meeting agenda items, which includes future agenda, open discussion. Again, here we are just listing the items that we know would be presented during open discussion, and then we have board open discussion as one of those items. Before it was just open discussion really was for board. But we've kind of have 2 items that fit under that in the, if you look at today's agenda, that kind of followed that open discussion. And then department updates and your board membership reports follow as the last item. I think we've condensed some of those items, so that's where I'm saying in the open discussion, we really condensed a few of the topics that were bold into one title.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think that this is an improvement. I think we're moving in the right direction on the agendas. I think it will continue to get refined over time. I could see making the open discussion and then put a / discussion items, or discussion items / open discussion. So it clarifies there will be some formal presentations during that time, and then it's always open discussion items that John has that are coming to us that are relatively new, and then items that the board's bringing forward. So I think that makes a little sense. We were just looking at the agenda kind of when you were gone, Steve, and it was a little chunky, and it was just, when someone cancels or other things come up, it was a little hard to, how do we condense it? How do we make sure we don't have gaps in the agenda? And so it was just to say, how do we get, a little less verbiage, and we can all, when we're reviewing future agendas, focus on the, times and how things flow a little bit better. So I'm okay with how it's continuing to move forward, and I do have a comment back on the other future agenda items once we move back to that area.
And Rachel, just your recommendation, you'll notice on the very bottom where we included and times, so the agenda and times are subject to change?
Yeah, so that, we
So
don't
that's a little
feel
clearer.
held by that if we have cancellations or changes. That's great, thank you.
Yeah, my thought was in terms of the future agendas, which like we're doing that right now at the beginning, and that was always a good filler thing if we got ahead of schedule to
Move it
from later in the agenda just as a filler time, and it's moved a little bit later on this format that you have here, not moved clear further towards the end of the meeting like we used to have it, but I think having it later in the meeting rather than at the beginning is better in general.
Well, and sometimes there's some presentations in there, so I think putting it after the staff and community presentations gives you an opportunity, if there's a window of time between the items that might have gone first. Like you said, you can use future agendas as something to fill. And by saying the times are subject to change, that helps us all understand that things may not go exactly in this order and exactly on this time frame.
Yeah.
So moving them becomes a little more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Rachel?
Yeah, the only other thing I actually noticed was reading through our future agenda packets, and this is back to the regular meetings, and we have a description on the consent items that said consent items are generally perceived as non-controversial, allow the board to spend more time on more complex items on the agenda. You know, we can shorten that language up a little bit, but it says consent items typically have been discussed in work sessions with the board and are approved by a single motion. I just think it's important that we truly follow through with that, and anything that's on the consent item we have seen in a work session format, you know, or at least been brought to our attention. Because every now and then there's a few things on consent that are totally new.
Brand new, yeah.
And so, you know, we need to kind of follow through. I realize it says generally, and sometimes there may be things that have to be added and explained at the table, but we should try to make that a policy that we have seen them in work sessions.
Now, have you noticed that as much since we changed the agenda format? We've been trying to note that and move things to individual consideration.
A little bit, but not much. And I know our agendas have actually been fairly light for the beginning of the year, so there hasn't been as much of that, the contracting thing.
Well, I think any suggestions you have, we were looking to start in August, which kind of gives us enough time to do future agendas with this new format. So in the next week, if you had any other suggestions as you look at this or look at the agendas, get to us, because we're going to start then implementing this with that August. Because most of July is already done in the old format.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks.
I'm sorry to jump ahead.
Yeah, moving back to the future agendas, Rachel?
Yeah, on Tuesday, July 21st, it just seems pretty choppy to me because we have a 1:15 broadband study report, CARA, needs 1 hour. Then we have a bunch of things, and sheriff and department updates says it starts at 1:45.
I'm working on that.
Okay, okay. So there's absolutely no way CARA has an hour there.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that an hour would be sufficient as we are contemplating the potential of a ballot question this November. So that was the bigger thing I had noticed. This seemed like we were double booked.
On Tuesday, July 28th, it says that Rachel and I will not be attending, but I think both of us will be here because that date doesn't conflict with the Club 20 meeting, which is on Thursday, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so you both will.
We will both be here
Yes.
The 28th.
on July 28th. And a new item we could put on Thursday, August 20th, will be the CCI Mountain District meeting in Clear Creek County. It's going to be in Empire, Colorado, will be the meeting.
What was that date?
August 20th.
That's right. Okay. We did start to have a little bit of discussion in your absence, John, about what things we do or don't want on our future agendas. And I think we're somewhere in between and betwixt right now. You know, I will be at QQ in Crested Butte on the 16th. But do we need that on our calendar or not? I don't know. And it has Steve down as attending the Rifle 17th meeting of Club 20. Yeah. I will be attending that as well. But again, I don't know. Yeah. We never used to put all the side meetings on our future agendas because there's RAFTA, there's ACRA, goes on and on.
It would, yeah. I mean, typically what we've done is just noted if a board member is not going to be here for a work session or particularly a regular meeting, just to keep track of quorum. Mm-hmm. And then there were certain meetings where maybe a quorum of the board might be present, which was the other thing that we were typically putting on future agendas, mm-hmm. so that the public would be notified of a public meeting. without listing everything else. Now, if that's something the board wants to move away from, we could talk about that for sure. But certainly anything where there's potential for a quorum of the board to be present, we should have on the future agendas posted.
So something like a CCI summer or winter meeting where we might actually have 3 board members
We
there.
should have that on.
It should be on, but typically these smaller meetings, maybe Rachel and I will both be there, but we're still not a quorum.
Right.
And chances are there won't be other board members there.
Now, we can use the future agenda document any way you want, but I think the intent of it was to make sure that we're tracking where and when we would have a quorum, basically.
Or the possibility of a
Yeah,
quorum.
yeah.
Okay, Rachel?
You know, and I agree with that general direction. It does strike me, though, that there are times, say, like this August 20th meeting, and I did have that in my calendar on that Thursday. That, of course, is the Pro Challenge takeoff from Aspen that morning, you know, after they've been here the night before. So we have the CCI district meeting, and I am now aware that Club 20 has that date reserved in Grand Junction for their annual economic meeting with the Governor Hickenlooper. And so I haven't decided how or where or what to be at, but it's going to be one or the other. You know, no way you're going to get to Clear Creek, see the race start, and then be in Grand Junction, you know. And so at that point, it might be important for us to have staff go to the CCI district meeting. You know, if Steve's going to stay for the start of the race as our chair, or I'm going to be in Grand Junction for the economic development, we do need someone to attend the district meeting. So sometimes it's important to have them on there for staff's participation.
What is the economic development meeting, since I am part of COG economic development?
Well, Club 20 has its set of priorities for the Western Slope, and they have felt in the past that the Front Range and state government doesn't really pay attention to those. So last year was the first year they were able to get a meeting with the governor and a lot of his key staff, and they held it in Glenwood Springs, and it was a very formatted and scripted event where people had, 5 minutes to say something. The chair of Club 20 had told them these are our economic development priorities. And so I do not know what the format will be this year, but it's going to be continued like that. It was very heavy on oil and gas interests and no more regulation and things that I may or may not agree with. There was something about not withdrawing any lands, and I was able to request 2 minutes to be able to say that Pekin County does support the Thompson Divide withdrawal. That is very different from other programs, something like that. So that's
Do they get any into not just the political issues, but into any actual economic development planning, or is it part of the governor's blueprint? No, okay. Okay, I can pass on that one.
Nothing that specific.
All right.
Quite frankly.
I was hopeful, but.
Yeah, I'll give you any documentation on it.
That'd be good. Okay, thanks.
George?
John or Phyllis, on July 21st, we have, let's see, maybe it's one date, July 28th. July 28th, you've got 2 o'clock, the core True grant discussion for 45 minutes. And I don't know, usually we also get a presentation of all the budget for the rent funds at that same time. So if that's the case, 45 minutes may be too short.
Okay.
The other thing is I won't be in town on August 18th or the August 20th meeting with the city.
Oh.
I'll be gone.
Patty, did you have the date yet when you'll be gone in August?
No, I'm setting up, I have to have surgery on my eye. So I have to go to Denver to a retinal specialist, and I have to stay at that elevation for a week.
Afterwards.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm setting that up hopefully this week, so I'll be able to keep John in the loop.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Here we have 10 minutes till citizen board interview, and we don't have our person here yet, so
Steve, we could either...
Open discussion?
Yeah, we could either jump to the CCI legislative issues under open discussion, or if you guys wanted to start your board membership reports, either one.
I have a couple quick open discussions, if that's okay.
Sure.
First, I want to remind everyone, and I gave Michael an invitation, about the Friends of Aspen Animal Shelter presents a Dog Community Day Carnival afternoon. It's on this Sunday from 11 to 4. It is a free event. It is a way for the animal shelter to thank the community. Remember, Seth was before us for the liquor license. I just want to remind people that it is Sunday from 11 to 4, and there will be shows or take the bus because parking will be limited, and it is BYOD, which means bring your own dog. And a friendly dog, best behavior. That was my first thing. The second thing I have is I want to ask the board, I went to the memorial service for Ann Mullen's son on Friday. It was a beautiful service. They are doing contributions to the school that he went to in Kentucky. I didn't know if the board, rather than send flowers or anything, would consider making a donation to in his name to the equestrian center at the school in, it's the Stewart Home School in Frankfort, Kentucky. Generally, we do that out of our discretionary fund.
Sure, I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah. Did we send flowers as well? I thought we had talked about that. when
We
first
we saw that donation request,
Okay.
so I believe that's what we were looking at.
Also, my timing is.
Yeah. I would do both, but. you know,
So
there
how
we go.
much did
That was
we,
passed.
do we,
That, I don't have, you've not used much of your discretionary fund at this point. You know, whatever amount the board might think appropriate for that donation out of your discretionary fund. No, I'm not quite sure how to approach that question, to be
Yeah, I
honest
don't-
with you. You know,
$200?
probably 200, yeah.
Something like that, 250? Anybody, thoughts?
any thoughts?
That sounds good.
$200 sounds good.
250.
So,
250?
250.
250.
Yeah, either one would be fine with me.
And I have another one. Yesterday, Lindy Dean's husband, Stephen, passed away. I don't know if she's made any plans yet exactly for a service or what, but I thought the board might want to consider contributing. I don't know if she's setting up any kind of plan, but it's pretty early.
I did see an email come through that she is taking donations for a particular element, I think, of the service that she wants to be able to perform for her husband. It has to do with his ashes and
Outer space.
yes.
I'll bring it up. That was something Stephen had talked about for quite a while. I used to talk with
And I
Stephen
think
about it.
They're trying to take donations to support that dream.
You know, I'd like to contribute, but I'd also like to see what is our existing policy, Patty, because we're a very large organization, and I want to make sure that we're consistent with all of our employees over
Yeah, I
over
think in the
time.
past from history, but I don't know what's happening.
I don't think we have a documented policy on how we deal with these types of situations, and the board has kind of made the calls on a case-by-case basis out of the discretionary fund. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, Rachel.
Well, and I understand that, but
The reason to do it on a case-by-case basis, and certainly to consider Lindy, is that she worked with us and was our contact with the clerk's office, and her service was tremendous. At the same time, she was taking care of her husband for a great deal of that, and it didn't interfere at all. And I think it'd be only right to make a donation, to say the same donation as any
I agree.
Mullins, or not Ann Mullins, but the organization. So I don't have any problem in absence of a policy, because our connection with Lindy was so solid.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
We will make that happen.
Thank you.
On both fronts.
Let's see, I realize that there's an agenda item that I don't know if all the board is aware that at tomorrow's meeting, we have scheduled an executive session at the end of the regular meeting, and it was Phyllis, you said it wasn't on the website, and I did get the paper handout on it on Thursday, but do you all have that for tomorrow's meeting?
Yeah, it's on the blue sheet agenda.
It was on the paper copy.
Oh, for those who don't get paper, right?
Yeah, so just to be sure that you're all aware that at the end of the meeting, we're having executive session. Okay. And are you Rachel?
I am.
Okay, Rachel, you can,
I'm like, am I in the right
you can come right up. We
And
won't give you
we're
time
early,
to
so-
sit and sweat bullets or anything.
It's no hotter than my office, I assure you.
Hi, nice to see you.
So, this is Rachel Middleton, and she is one of two candidates who we have applying for the Joint Housing Authority position. And it's my understanding you already were interviewed by the City Council?
Yes.
Okay. And this is for the alternate, joint alternate position, is that right?
Well,
I
see, the
believe.
thing, it says the Joint Housing Authority position, then the second one says joint alternate.
Yeah, and I think we have both open at this point, and so obviously we would want to jointly fill the regular position and then fill out
So
the
is-
alternate. I'll confirm that with Charlotte by email while you guys conduct the interview.
Okay. So Rachel, we always like to interview, I mean, we always do interview people when they're applying for a citizen board too, so we can get to know you and so you can ask questions of us also if you wish.
Absolutely.
So I'd be curious in your own words, so why are you interested in being on the Housing Authority Board?
Well, I've been in the Valley since May of 2007, so I've been here for a while. I've engaged, my fiance's been here since the early 90s. So we're both full-time workers. We've been here for a long time. We're hardworking professionals, and our biggest struggle, well, ours has been housing. Mine has always been housing. I think in 8 years I've moved 11 times, always through a rental. I have a dog, so, you know, just keep adding on to it. And now that we're going to be getting married, our next step is thinking about starting a family. And my biggest fear has suddenly become, what if your lease doesn't get renewed? And, you know, here I am, and then it really is a huge upheaval. And I think that the feeling that I have about it is similar to a lot of people in this valley, where there's this kind of fear of just being able to stay. You know, here we are, we've been working hard for so many years as full-time residents and students and members of the society, and we're just pretty scared. All we really want to do is stay, and now we're, you know, we've actually talked about possibly leaving the valley just out of fear of being a renter, where you don't really have that guarantee of just not getting kicked out.
So you're hoping to bring that perspective as a member to this board?
I think, well, I actually did a little research in the past couple of days of the members that are on the board now, and most of them own employee housing already. So I thought that was a little bit interesting because, and maybe they have the comfort level that I think a lot of people are really trying to attain, and I think there's issues that are coming up that, not that nobody's dealt with, but maybe haven't thought about, like retirees not leaving, or, you know, the inventories not getting any bigger. It's actually getting smaller with people that, you know, I can't remember, Becky, I think she said, you'll have to drag me out of there, you know, dying out of my unit. And I think everyone has that sentiment, and everyone, when they get it, they're like, okay, it's mine, quick, close the gate. That's kind of like, when I moved to Aspen, I had that sentiment too. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm here, no one else come, like, shh, don't tell. But with everyone else on the board already having their place, and I think a lot of them have had their places, you know, I'm a paralegal, so the Pitkin County Assessor's website is a good friend of mine. But, so I just looked up their names, and they've been in their places for a very long time, and I'm sure they're quite happy. But I don't think that the overall issue that a lot of the, you know, the housing crisis, I think maybe it's not quite a crisis yet, but it's getting there, is not coming from happy people already living in employee housing.
George?
Just to follow up on that, I'm just curious, so as you say in why you desire to, for the appointment, you say you struggle to stay in the valley mainly due to housing issues. So what sort of ideas do you think you have to try to address some of these issues?
Well, I'd like to know more about it. I'd be lying if I said I had the answers, because I don't, but I'd at least like to chime in on the ideas. You know, space is obviously a concern. I living in Woody Creek, I love Woody Creek, and I see a lot of things go up for sale in the Woody Creek Trailer Park. And I actually have looked at a few of them, and when you look at them, some of them are almost uninhabitable. I went to look at just the outside of one once, and I believe it's still for sale. It's been for sale for, I think, almost a year, perhaps not more, for, I think it's $150,000. It was raining that day, and I leaned my hand on the side of it to just peek in the window, and my hand went through the side of the wall. That's still for sale. It's been for sale for a year. And I asked myself, well, what happens? You know, what's the situation? What gets done when this is one of the units on the inventory and it doesn't sell, and maybe that person who's selling it is just stubborn? But what's the next step there? Because that's a space that sat for a year empty that if it was livable, or, you know, even you couldn't even deal with that on a financing level. So, I mean, what happens when something like that happens, or Centennial? What happens there? Like, what's the next step? And I'd like to be a part of that discussion and that opinion.
Rachel?
Have you attended any Housing Authority board meetings?
I haven't.
Have you read the Housing Authority guidelines?
I'm familiar with the guidelines, absolutely.
Okay. And then I'll ask you a few further questions. Sure. You know, we have a policy of housing within urban growth boundaries of Aspen, Basalt, SOMAS. Do you think that that's the appropriate policy?
Say it again, as far as
that the creation of affordable housing should be within the urban growth boundaries.
And that stretches to Basalt?
No, it's around the municipal boundaries of, say, the Aspen area through the business center, and then Basalt, you know, not spreading housing into the rural areas. Do you believe that that's important?
I think that might be a necessary next step. You know, there's no space. That's not, you know, science. There's no space within the core, and I think that I don't think that would deter people who are in the market and looking for affordable housing. Aren't like, oh, it's past the roundabout, forget it. Expanding into rural areas, I think is necessary. It's not going to make a lot of people happy. One of my ideas, there are people around Holland Hills that are complaining about the smell of the pot farm. And there might, I mean, I don't know if this is just kind of like one of my pipe dream ideas, but why not, these people, this is a new industry, and there's a lot of money in this new industry, and people are looking to maybe obtain land to build something like this. The city's looking to obtain land to build affordable housing. And you're not exactly gaining, the 3% increase, you know, people are worried about their property values going down because of the smell. The property values with affordable housing and employee housing, they kind of remain unchanged. And I just wonder if there may be an idea of obtaining land, I don't know where this land exists or even if it does, and making some sort of deal with the business or these people looking to build something like that and join forces in making affordable housing in an area where I think otherwise people wouldn't care because they're not living in free market housing where the land values is such a huge concern.
You're saying joining the industry with the housing?
Well, I mean, I don't know how it would all work, but I just wonder, like, I think there would be a lot of people who wouldn't complain about the smell and very happily live in a neighborhood like that.
I don't know about that, but you know, I guess I'm a little concerned about some of the things you've touched on. From a certain perspective, how can you ask someone to give 40 years of their working life and then say, well, you can't retire in your unit, or you need to move along, you know, and
asking them to leave
I guess,
was never
I know,
part
but I believe that everyone who is on the board now who lives in affordable housing wants to share that experience with as many of their neighbors as possible. I don't think that they're content and are closing the barn door after them.
No.
And they really have an understanding of how these housing guidelines have affected their ability to move up or down or in between and things like that. I don't know that there would be more biased than, say, free market owners who don't have a problem at all with it, or, you know, your point that a renter on the board would be valuable, I think is true, and I'm not questioning that at all. But I think you may have a different impression of some of the work that the housing board is able to do. They're not in the planning business, and they're not in the purchase land or acquire land or I kind of wish they were. But that was changed where the city, who has the majority of the money, does that in-house through their capital improvement plan. So we do continue to deal with the other issues. And you brought up Centennial. I think that's a very important issue going forward. I was recently told that over at Hunter Creek, we're probably going to have about a $2,000 per unit assessment for new roofing. And if you follow the Centennial model that some people are suggesting, well, we should just be able to add that onto our resale price. And I mean, what is that precedent they're setting that we'll repair this by adding all the undone maintenance onto resale prices, and what that will do to people? But so those are some of the dilemmas. And I'll get to one last question. Sorry to monopolize the time here, Board. I'm sure we can go a little longer if we need to. What is your perception about the categories of need? Is it, you know, we seem to see at Burlingame, the higher price category 5, 6, and 7 units are the ones that don't resell. Or for that matter, even at Woody Creek Mobile Home Park, a $150,000 unit is really a tear out. You're buying the lot and you're putting your own home in there to be a category 6. Right. Do you perceive more need at the higher end for professional couples, or the lower end for the service workers of the community, or all areas? You know, what's your perception of the market needs?
The low end units always seem to sell. They all always seem to sell. You know, they get snagged up very quickly. But when you look at maybe the number of bids, like if they're, you know, recently a place went up in Highlands, and it was, I think, 3 bedrooms, but they gave preference to people with children. There were 2 in-complex bids right off the bat, and I believe, you know, I don't know however many bids they wound up with, but take a look at how many people are bidding, and that, you know, there's your answer. You know, I know that I would need at least 2 bedrooms and something that allows pets. It's almost impossible to find. They just kind of don't exist. You know, within the 250 to 3-something range. That's just me. I'm obviously biased, but studios come on for bid quite a bit. Higher end things may take a little bit longer to go, because you really are searching for a pretty specific, you know, maybe a married couple with a child or something. It's the middle of the road that's kind of non-existent. You know, the 2-bedroom, you know, I hate to keep mentioning dog friendly, but I know it's on the minds of a lot of people here, in that, you know, my dog's 8 years old, and I kind of make a joke, and I'm like, well, she won't be around for much longer. We can move to Burlingame someday. But that's kind of sad. So the middle of the road, I think, is a pretty important area, whereas you have the service workers, and that's great. You know, it takes every kind of person to make this city run, but I don't see a lot of the mid-range availability of, you know, something in the middle of the road, 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom, and, you know, then that raises the question of, well, if it's 3-bedroom and you're only 2 people, but if you're planning on having a child, then what? You know, so I think it's in the middle of the road things that kind of need to be addressed. The couples that live here, and they might become, you know, families that live here for the rest of their lives.
Well, what about the lower income couples and families who would need a 2-bedroom at, you know, $125, and salaries capped that you can't earn more than $60,000 to buy that unit or something as a couple? I mean, that's kind of where we see the need from the county side, where we deal with the human services. And the income employment numbers are just really point heavily to us having no category ones, very
Yeah.
few category twos.
There are very
and-
few.
And very few even threes, and the market so far has been tilted towards the higher end.
I agree. No, the low to mid grade inventory is definitely where it's at.
I was curious what your fiance does for his living.
He does right now does a winter job and a summer job. In the summer, he's a motorcycle mechanic, and in the winter, he works for Miller Sports.
Okay, so typical two jobs to survive kind of an existence. Okay.
Do you have any questions for us?
I do not. I will say that, you know, I may not really know the ins and outs of what it takes to be on the board. I'm definitely very interested in it. You know, I haven't attended a board meeting, so I may seem a little out of the loop and what happens and all that. But I would definitely like to be involved and get to know a little bit more about it.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for applying. We appreciate any citizen who applies for one of our boards.
Thanks. Have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
coming in.
Steve, while we're waiting for our next interviewee, just note that both of these are joint appointments. I believe the City of Aspen has interviewed both candidates. And when we get to open discussion, we can talk about where the City of Aspen came out on this, as well as maybe what your impressions are. I know that the city was hoping to be able to send out a letter this week. We told them we may or may not be done, ready to make our selection by then. But if we are, that would probably be good, because we have our appointment process got a little bit out of sync.
So one of them is an alternate joint, and one of them is a regular joint. Is that
And
right?
let me, I have not, that's what I believe the
Okay.
case is, but.
That's how it is
I've
on
not
the
heard back
agenda.
from Charlotte yet.
Okay.
That just shows the one vacancy
Just the alternate?
is the alternate.
Okay, I have an email into Charlotte. so-
Yeah, we'll have to see if one is actually a reapplication of Renee West or not. But
Probably won't hear back from Charlotte till after 2.
Yeah, because they're both in red, so.
you know, tomorrow's agenda looks fairly light. I know we have the executive session afterwards, but perhaps we could discuss our sentiments on this after during open discussion after the regular meeting tomorrow. And then you'll have your answer too.
Okay.
Should we take a couple of minutes while we wait for our next candidate, Steve, or you?
Let's see. We could start doing our board membership reports.
Mine are easy.
So let's do that. We'll just get as far as we do.
I
Northwest
don't have any
Call.
reports because I haven't had any meetings yet. The meetings are coming up in July. I have one next week and one the following week, and not until August. We have the Northwest COG retreat, and I have the workforce face-to-face meeting in Glenwood next week. So other than that, I'm pretty clean.
Okay. Rural Resort Region.
That's the same thing. It's now rolled into the workforce meeting. So that's the 15th in Glenwood.
Okay. Core.
Core, we went through the True Grant applications, and that will be coming before us July 28th.
Okay. QQ.
Northwest Council of Governments is going to be meeting the 16th over in Crested Butte. And I will be getting back from NACO the night before and driving over there and then driving back and then going to the rifle meeting the next day in Silt. So that's, I don't really have the agenda of that. We have been continuing to comment on the water plan and particularly pushing land use planning efforts.
Okay. And
I think we're here with our applicant.
yeah, our applicant is here, and so we'll draw a line on my thing so I know where to take up again. So, are you Becky?
Yes.
Do you want to come up to the table here, please?
I didn't have my resume ready when Charlotte asked for it, so she asked me to bring it.
Okay. So Becky, we always interview people who are applying for citizen boards, just so it's a chance for us to get to know you and for you to ask any questions of us if you desire. So I'd be curious, why are you interested in serving on the housing board, and what do you think you could bring to the board?
Well, obviously, I've been a member of the community since 1980. I've been in employee housing since 1991. I own a single-family home at WJ Ranch. I'm president of my homeowners, well, now we're a special district. I always want to say it's a homeowners association. In essence, it kind of is. But I've been president there for about 10 years. We represent a big cross-section. We're free range to for category 4. So some of our people that live out there are members of the county employment as well as city employment. Jeff Pendarvis being one of them, who we really highly respect. And I think housing needs some help. I can't say that I agree with everything that's been done with the housing board. And some places had opened up, and I thought, why not apply? I know that a lot of things are coming up in the future, especially for my age group, as far as retirement issues that will be important to the housing, as well as people trying to get into housing that are middle age, young families trying to come into housing. And I think there's got to be some solutions made that will work for both, because a lot of people get in, especially like me, saying, oh, I'm just going to die there, because we love our house, and you don't see anything that you want to move to. Where I think we need to come up with some solutions of maybe there is something we can move to, and maybe that new family would want to come into the house. But there hasn't been much of an incentive to some people that don't make a lot of money to keep up their housing. Maybe they can't afford the new roof, or they can't paint, or they can't make improvements because they've been in it for 20 years. Obviously, appliances, everything else are becoming old, and they need to spend the money on it. I know that there needs to be new housing built. But I also think that there's some rental issues that need to be approached for a lot of people that are here only seasonally. I don't believe in renting to Airbnb or any of those things. I think it needs to be policed a little bit better, maybe. I also don't believe in having more than one home within the valley, and I know that has not been policed too well either. I know it's hard. I know there's not enough people to cover everything that is being done. There's not enough police, there's not enough anything, Everybody works so hard within the county and in the valley. I don't think it's just Pitkin County. I think it's Garfield, Eagle, everything else. But I would like to offer my assistance and do, I deal with everything out at WJ Ranch, as you can imagine. And I also sit on White Star Board. I represent one of the owners out there, so I'm not opposed to high-end homes. I work with them all the time. I'm in property management. I've been doing that for about 20 years. So I work both ends of the line. And I think I can bring a lot to the table.
Okay. George?
Becky, thanks for applying. So as you're president of the, we're the president of the
WJ Special District now.
District, yeah. So what sort of controversial issues have you had to deal with, and how have you handled them?
At WJ?
Yes.
Well, we've had to deal with water rights out there. We kind of co-joined with White Star on 5 lots that John Music had dumped into low properties when he was kind of kicked out. We had to do water rights for those five lots. And when we co-joined them, we're looking at getting rid of ponds and everything else out there. But We have water treatment plants up there, not plants, but we have water being pumped up from the river to supply all of our homes, which are 67. We also have to deal with septic problems out there. Each home has its own septic system. We closely monitor every year whether they have to be pumped or be replaced. Our homeowners' dues cover water, trash, roads. We're plowing our roads and keep maintaining those if they have to be re-asphalted or whatever. Neighbors getting in little tiffs with each other. I mean, it's a constant issue, and everybody kind of comes to me, and then I have to sort it out.
Neighbors don't get along up there all the time?
Have you noticed that? I've had some issues going on right now, so.
Rachel?
I try to be neutral.
As George said, thank you so much for applying. Appreciate that. In your comments, you said you'd like to be part of the process to make housing work in the county and bring it up to date with present conditions and changes. What do you mean by present conditions and changes?
Well, I think that, like I said before, I think, some of it's antiquated. I think some of the housing is letting itself run down a bit. Maybe we could fix some of it, as far as repairs and things, some of the neighborhoods. I know that Centennial had problems. I don't think some of the rural areas, I know that I have neighbors that are having problems that maybe need to be addressed. Picken County Iron had some problems. Castle Creek, I don't quite understand what's going on out there. I won't go into that right now. But I would just like to see it all kind of looked over and updated if it needs to be.
There is a kind of a decision point or pinnacle about, certainly the county's money is mitigation money, and it cannot be reinvested without the same restrictions that the city's money can. But is it, if there's just outright grants and giveaways for deferred maintenance, doesn't that set a precedent for all properties, all 2,600 units or 3,600 units, that you don't really have to take care of it yourself? The city will bail you out at some point. Or the other side is people say, well, the city doesn't have to build it out. Why don't you just let us add it on to our resale later? So we'll watch the whole inventory go up from 240 to 280, or much less affordable for the future generation of buyers. And so I know there's been looks to see how do we incentivize people and perhaps even degrade their maximum sales price if they haven't done enough maintenance and haven't kept the unit up. Where do you stand with a dilemma like that?
I think you do have to give incentive to some of the people that are retiring to give them a little bit of maybe of a percentage to move on, and whether they stay in the valley or they go to a retirement state or facility that like a Sun City or something. I know that the valley doesn't have a lot of retirement housing, but I think to give them maybe a little bit of a percentage more than maybe a young family that's moving on would be helpful. I know I saw some interviews with Mike Kinsley and Semaru on TV over the weekend, and they were talking about it. And I thought it was not a bad idea. And I know the county and city, it's a fine line of mitigation on how to handle all that. But I think it's a good way to open up the talks about doing it.
Yeah. Well, I can see some value there, but also there really would be nothing to prevent someone from moving back, saying I didn't really like Sun City, and now I'm on the wait list for rental because I have a 40-year work history here.
If they're retiring, they're not going to be coming back, I don't think. But, it's a double-edged sword. It's going to happen or it's not going to happen. But I think there's got to be some kind of incentive to give up some of these bigger homes that people have that no longer have children and they're living in them by themselves. I mean, it's upkeep. I mean, I alone know about yards and painting the house and having all that done. I'm a single person living in a two-bedroom home.
Thank you. I can tell you've grappled with some of these issues.
And you talk about it so calmly.
You mentioned Centennial housing and the maintenance problems there. Do you have any ideas on how they could resolve
I
that
have
issue?
none. I have no experience with Centennial. In property management, I don't deal with any townhomes. I deal with really high-end homes, and I think that that's a nightmare over there. I would have to be more educated on that problem.
Okay. Well, I think there are a lot of people who are looking for solutions, and I just wanted to thank you for your honesty in that, because nobody's come up with a really good solution yet.
Putting it over in maybe another county.
Rachel?
Have you attended any housing board meetings, and have you read the guidelines? Are you familiar with housing guidelines?
Yes, I attend as many as I can. Some of them start a little too early because I'm still working, but yeah, I do attend them.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
I do have an interest in it, obviously.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, not at this point.
Thank you.
Okay.
So just so you know that the city you've already interviewed with the city?
I had my interview last week with the
Yeah,
city.
so and the city wants to try and finalize this as soon as possible, so we hope to be talking about it the next day or so and get back to you.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Steve, can I ask John another question?
Yes.
I'm looking, this is for John.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On this list, I know they're the city appointments, but there's two people on with terms expired. Do you know? Do you have a 2-year term? How long are their terms? Do you know? 4-year? You can do 2 consecutive?
So, and this is something that we're working on right now. We do reappointment at the beginning of the year.
Oh, we
Terms are
consolidate
expired.
ours.
And there's only a few boards that this board has requested. We do re-interviews on, like Planning Commission, Open Space and Trails. Housing was not one of those boards. On the joint appointments, that has gotten us out of sync. The city set up a set time for interviews and appointments that is different from our time, and so we're getting into that discussion with them. We kind of discovered that through the housing.
It's just a little confusing.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I agree with you, and so I believe those were joint appointments for the terms that expired,
Okay.
is that right? And
No, the terms that have expired are city appointments. I'm just wondering what they're expired in June. That's another.
and they're doing, yeah,
Yeah.
so they're doing those reappointments
Okay.
now. So we're getting ready to visit with them.
To clean
on
it
how
up.
that works.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, it looks like we do not have our facilities staff here, but I do see Nancy.
Jody's here.
Oh, Jody is here.
Yeah, right in
Sorry,
front.
I didn't.
She's just hiding.
Behind the post.
Pillars, Jody, make sure there isn't one of those in the new facility.
In the new meeting room, at least.
Staff like that. They like that pillar. They like that behind that.
At least we'll make the pillar out of glass so you can see through it.
Sorry about that, Jody.
It'll be magnifying.
Jody Facilities Superintendent, and this is our bi-monthly update on the facilities projects and what's going on out in the county. A couple of things to just let you know that the facilities department has heard from various departments that they're not always clear on what's going on out there, and especially in our operations. So I'm going to be sending out a weekly email that will include some of the project stuff, but it will also include some of the operational updates. So if we're doing fire extinguisher inspections, kind of letting our tenants know why we're in the building and what kind of impact. So if we're testing fire alarms, then I just wanted you to know and expect that email coming through. So some of this may be a little bit redundant as we move forward, but I think these are really important connections with you to talk about the board projects. First, I could just have you pass these around. I'm not going to do a screen presentation, so I just printed out the timeline and the update. As you can see, we have some pictures of the library, the framing, the structure is going up. Really exciting. You can actually see what that meeting room is kind of looking like. Today I met with Grassroots about their possibility and opportunities in that meeting room. And we put on hard hats and went in there, and you got to actually feel and see what that is going to feel like at this stage anyway. So the library update, again, the steel structure, the plumbing, the electrical, all is being roughed in. We continue to put the beams in. We're now getting ready to start up on the structure with the children's library room, and then move that transformer. So we have to get that steel and concrete poured for that. So we have moved briefly inside. We're part of the addition permit is the children's room, so we're starting to do a little bit of demo on that side where we're going to break through the wall, removing the bathroom. So, and then we're expecting our renovation permit any day. So we're hopeful for that, and then we'll really start our demo and remodel inside. And we are anticipating turning the alleyway back over to the city of Aspen sometime towards the 17th is the date that we've given them. So that will be done. They can start getting in and close the gap there of what work they need to get done on the plaza and accessing.
Will Galena Street be tied in with the alley, reopening Galena there by the end of the courthouse?
No, Galena next to the courthouse that's on the west side will remain closed until November.
Until the Galena Plaza project is complete.
Yeah, and I think what happened is we didn't, nobody really knew that there was going to be a new water line installed, but once they opened that up, the water department decided this was the time, so it's actually kind of delayed several things for the Galena project to get in there, but we're working closely with them on that. That's part of the update, is letting people know what those, when the jackhammering is going to start to remove that sidewalk. The city is also working with making sure we have access for handicap when that whole side gets closed off, which will probably be next week. They've met with Tom Isaac to give him an alternate route. They've offered him transportation to bring him around behind the jail. They're building a little ramp, and then they're going to have a sign up that says anybody that needs a shuttle, they'll pick them up and they'll bring them around to the back. So really taking consideration our public and how they use that building. What else? The sheriff and county administration building, we're starting to move forward on that. The visioning team is wrapping up, and a report will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners on the 21st. So that will be packaged up and come to you at that time. We're also starting to pull together our planning and proposals on the temporary office locations during the vacation of this building when we do the remodel. So that will also be coming to you. I don't know if it'll be the 21st, but it'll be coming to you soon to pull that together and let you know what we're thinking, what we've looked at, and what maybe our recommendation is. The concept and schematic plans are still planned for August, but we will be coming to you again with the footprint, what we're kind of thinking on that. I know I'm leaving this meeting and going over to that meeting to continue that. Again, we had a utility coordination meeting this morning. We had almost all the utilities come just to start that conversation about what that looks like for relocating all of that. The city of Aspen was there, all the fiber, so we are starting that conversation early. We'll have it often, and we'll coordinate and work together on that. What else? We're also scheduling meetings. We've had one communication with the veterans, but really making sure that we're inclusive for the veterans on the park here, and if there's anything that they would like to see different or are there opportunities for us to block that up or do anything with it, so we're working with them. So, there are no real changes in the courthouse remodel. That's pretty much status quo until we have the scope and an understanding. The ambulance barn or relocation or building, that hasn't changed except for that we are having a joint meeting with the hospital tomorrow. So hopefully we'll start tidying that up and getting some direction where we can start moving forward and have more to present to the board. And
Will the ambulance barn be an integral part of that new addition on the hospital, or is it going to be a separate, something separate?
Well, one of the things that we're going to talk about tomorrow is we believe that it is best right now for operations and such to keep the ambulance located on that campus. There's a couple different sites, which is really the topic of our meeting tomorrow. One of those sites is obviously the existing site, which would take some significant earth moving and restructuring of the walls that were recently built. Another portion that we're looking at is close to the Health and Human Services building, and looking at, you know, what is the opportunity to maybe look at the parking lot to the side, which is a flat development area with good access, and how might that interface with any future plans that we'd like to have for services out there. But that would require a new agreement with the hospital, so we'll be talking about what that might look like. In addition, the district is still also looking at, are there properties or other partnerships, but right now it wouldn't be part of the hospital project. It would either be located close to our existing facility or where the hospital barn is, if it's on that lot. So a lot to do still on site selection there.
lastly is the jail ADA and fire sprinkler system upgrade. We've kind of put that a little bit on hold. What we did recognize is that we have funding for 2015 to replace the carpet. We had some plumbing. We were scheduled to replace some of the fixtures, the plumbing fixtures in the cells. So we really wanted to, again, look at this comprehensively, do it right, do it one time. But one of the things that we're really noticing, we've known it for a while, but we've got some fairly significant plumbing issues. It's not necessarily the sinks, it's the plumbing behind the walls. I know that my staff will respond to a small leak. We open up the access panel to the plumbing, barely touch the pipe, and it explodes. And so we're really looking, we've flooded a couple of cells. So it's pretty fragile. So we're really looking at that. What is the right thing to do? Is it to replace a sink or to tackle the plumbing behind the walls and get some isolation valves in there so that when we do that problem, we can
do a shut off.
Do a shut off and try to preserve the building and the impacts to the inmates when that happens. So we'll bring more to you as we get quotes on that, but we are incorporating that into one general contract. So when they're in there disrupting the operations for the detention center, then we're kind of doing it one time.
Rachel?
Well, I really agree with that. You know, I think carpets go in last after the plumbing is fixed, and I would, you know, I think you're going that direction, but, you know, behind the wall is the more important component, long-term real fix.
Yeah. And again, we won't know the cost to that until we get there, but, you know, the jail is 30 years old, 35,
Yeah,
30, so, I mean, it doesn't seem like pipes should be that fragile at that time, but we know that it is. And then two last things, just as kind of we're working on it, is we are working with the Health and Human Services Department on a security plan. We're looking at it as a holistic picture instead of just focusing on what it looks like for a particular building. We're going to be working with the BITS analyst for what, if there's bigger picture stuff to look at, or is it really just one building? So we're really trying to be bigger picture and look at if it's a technology solution, we want them involved. If it's not technology, then we'll be looking at countywide policy procedures, those kinds of things and operations. So.
Rachel?
Well, when you say security, it raises two things for me. One would be the security of private information, which is clearly BITS, whether we've discussed that or not, but, you know, to make sure that that's pivotal, you know, that's just high priority. And then the second is physical security. And, you know, that's something that you always plan for the worst and hope for the best. And, you know, I was just over at the Yellow Brick to pick up a silent auction item after the wonderful 4th of July celebration. And of course, you know, from the old days when that first opened, you would walk down the hall, go to the classroom you wanted to. Now it's a buzzer, someone comes in to say who you're going to go see, the person from who you're going to go see comes up and walks you down the hall. And that's, of course, security for young children. I don't know that that's what we need here, but it's just too often that you read in the paper of someone becoming belligerent or, you know, harm to our workers, our employees, or other citizens who happen to be visiting those offices. So I'm very anxious to see that. It's unfortunate we've changed to a different norm in society for security, but it's real.
Well, and I think for us, really looking at and tying it into the work that the visioning team has done, you know, welcoming but secure, safe. So there's all these pieces to fit together, but again, looking at it and incorporating that not only in our remodel, our addition, everything we do, and we're also working on building building standards. So really starting to standardize some of the functions that we do and equipment that we have, or so that we can be more standardized in what we do out there. And so we're working on that, and we'll have, my goal is to have that completed by the end of August so that we can hand it to our design team and say these are our standards on safety and all of the different elements of that. And then lastly, some of you, I think, Patty, you were on the board back when we approved the energy. I know, Michael, you were also the energy project back in the day, and we had a dashboard planned, and we haven't been able to bring that to fruition where it was acceptable. We've had something, but it's really not been acceptable. And so it is my hope that in 2 weeks I will be bringing you a demonstration of what our dashboard looks like, and we're really excited that we're finally getting that on board, and it's been a real effort to get with CORE to get what we actually wanted. So I just wanted to give that to you, that it hasn't fallen off the plate after all these years.
Patty?
Did you want to talk about that? I have something totally different.
Well, I just want to piggyback off on this. When you talk about looking at the sort of energy efficiency, have you had a chance or to go down to RMI and take a tour?
No.
Because they're giving tours now while it's under construction, so you can sort of actually see the materials that are being used and how it's going to offset the energy use. It would be a good opportunity.
Okay.
And I don't know how often they do it, but if you just call down there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a good idea.
Yeah,
I
I
have two
definitely
questions.
would like to go. If we did a tour of that, that would be terrific.
Well, right now they're doing tours for contractors and builders, and then just because it's an opportunity for builders and contractors to see what they can integrate into any systems that they're working on, whether it's residential or commercial.
I have two questions. First question is, and I'm sorry if I'm confused, is the elevator up or is the elevator down? No pun
Great
intended.
question. They are working as hard as they can. They said they've almost replaced every part, that it's almost a new elevator, but I sent out that county-wide email,
Yeah.
and within an hour it was down.
So it went up and then it went down.
and
So it's a
so
perfect elevator.
I know they were really working on it, the city is. So.
My second question is, what don't you do? What don't you take? I mean, you are across the board and you do an amazing job. And
I don't do the airport.
Okay, yeah, anyway. But you've got a lot on your plate, and you have been doing a great job keeping us posted, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity, it's been fun.
Yeah.
I have a really small cleanup type item to pass by you. I noticed that the walkway in front of Galena Street, where it's closed off here, was kind of flooded today. I know they've made a temporary walkway for when you're crossing at the curb in front of the construction, but they may need a little more gravel in there or something like that. One guy was trying to trade a ditch out, but it just was a big puddle, and you had to walk into the street to avoid it.
I have that meeting with the city, OAC meeting, owners, contractors, architects meeting at 3:30, so I'll be
Yeah, it's probably just a little more
Good.
gravel in there.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
I'll be back in a second. Go ahead.
Okay. Next, we have the Pro Cycle Challenge race update, and we have our friend Nancy Leslie here.
Hello.
The parade was great.
Thank you.
It was fun.
Good.
It was great fun.
Good. We had great weather. I would have liked to have had the next day's weather where it was slightly cooler, but I think it was a busy.
And you had
busy
engagement.
Weekend. We did.
Isn't that cool? Did you guys hear about
isn't
that?
that cool? Yeah, he called us and he actually entered his float and yes.
He proposed during the parade. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. So, do you want me to wait till Rachel gets back, or do you want me to update away, or what would be your preference?
You could start.
Okay. Early last week, I believe it was early last week or late the week before, that 4th of July kind of threw us off. We had a conference call with Colorado State Patrol, Captain Duran, and law enforcement, and we determined that the Independence Pass closure on Wednesday, August 19th, will be approximately 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. The closure on our side being at Mountain Valley as it has in previous, and we do say approximate 5:30 because once again, law enforcement will determine when people have come down off Independence Pass, and they won't send vehicles heading up Independence Pass until they determine that everybody's come down safely. So it is a 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. approximate. And then cyclists, and I don't know if there's that many walkers, but cyclists and things will be able to go up at any time. And then once that Colorado State Patrol, they call it that first C10 car, passes them, another law enforcement officer will ask them to get off their bikes and watch the race from there. But they will be able to go past Mountain Valley at any time until law enforcement gets there. On Thursday, August 20th, again, the closure starting at Mountain Valley, and it's going to be 9 a.m. until approximately 1 p.m. Again, the same approximate reason. And then the closure, as I understand it, and I'll come back and confirm this next time we speak, but it'll be at Twin Lakes, and it'll mirror somewhat similarly our closure. And then we are starting to, since we just did that, we're starting to get all our informational, our door hangers, our information flyers, and all those things printed out. And then on Wednesday, August 19th, the festival area, we'll just have the one day of the festival. It'll be in Pepke Park again. We'll utilize that same footprint, the finish line on Main Street, so all of that will look, the same, all those street closures and things like that. We'll be hosting the sprint races again this year. This will be the 3rd year we've actually done it, and so we'll host the seating rounds on Tuesday on that Main Street closure where the VIP tents will have been built out, and then we'll do the finals in front of that exact same footprint on Wednesday. Probably sometime around 11:30. We're going to wait, and that time will be nailed down here in a couple more weeks. I've continually met with Daniel from the Aspen Music Associates, and he's really comfortable with all the plans we have in the festival. He appreciates the festival is going from 11:30 to 5:30, and so they appreciate that 5:30 closure. The festival does. I'm meeting with RAFTA next week. I continue to meet with the incident management team. We had a really big meeting with the Forest Service
again, I think that was last week or late the week before, where we all came up, and then they had somebody, the other Leadville Forest Service people on video conference. And so State Patrol and law enforcement and the Forest Service were all able to talk about allocation of, you know, people and kind of, you know, who would take what and who was doing what. So it was a really great productive meeting. And if we need to meet with them again, but our goal really is from now on to pretty much do everything by email. But again, everybody's willing to meet again if we need to. And then the Independence Pass has also been in the loop on all of this. And they, along with the Forest Service, will have a booth at the top on Wednesday, a little 10 by 10 booth. So, and I think they're trying to plan some fun stuff.
Okay, can I have a question? When you say the closure is going to start at Mountain Valley, what happens after Mountain Valley, between Mountain Valley and town? Is that then a different
That is
closure?
a different, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's like the state closure and this is the local closure. Okay.
The state closure is Independence
Right,
Pass.
up
Yes.
from Mountain Valley up
Yes.
and you're from Mountain
Yes.
Valley down.
Yes. And we're going to try and do, that's one of the things that we're really focused on this week is exactly what that closure looks like. How can we leave it as late as possible, but keep it as safe as possible, you know, allow residents, you know, we don't want to close something just to close something, you know, what is kind of that sweet spot.
You want to close it when the bikes are starting to come
Right,
in.
exactly.
So people don't go,
We'd
why
rather
is the road
not."
closed? Okay. Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Steve, before
John.
we leave this topic, one of the things that Nancy has asked me for, I haven't gotten back to her yet, that's
thank
going to
you.
be a discussion, is what our schedule is going to be. Historically, during the race days where we have a finish, where there's a lot of activity the full day, we've typically closed access to this building and allowed some telecommuting for our employees because of limited access, as well as having limited access in the old courthouse. I think it'd be our intention to propose the same thing this year. That's worked, I think, well in terms of the crowds and also the access into town. Unless you're on a bike, can be a little challenging that day, and we typically have not received a lot of you know, concern calls or such. People are not coming in to access the services those days. The clerk's office does remain open, as statutorily they're required to. They do have access to the treasurer's office if there's payments or anything like that. And I think we propose doing the same thing that we've done in years past, unless the board has any concerns about that.
Rachel?
Well, I was just wondering, the bicyclers are getting in, the racers, on the 19th in the late afternoon or evening. And in terms of traffic coming up this way, there's really no closures on 82 until
Main Street.
Until Main Street at what time?
Well, Main Street will actually, a portion of Main Street will close starting Tuesday for build out.
For the build out of the...
But you can get through the S-curves coming into town. You'll be able to get through the S-curves. Our intention, and again, and this is what we are going to laser focus on this week, our intention is you as a driver are coming through, you come through the S-curves, and then you're probably most likely going to come to, you know, 6th or 7th Street and make a determination if you would like to go left or right, depending on your need.
Which side of town you need to be on.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
so
exactly
I was just kind of gauging whether it needs to be a full day posted closure or half days on both of those 2 days, because after they've taken off and back up the pass, there'll be the full breakdown on Thursday.
And we're typically open for the county business. It's this side of the building that we typically close, and I think the parking garage is going to be, all the parking is going to be...
The parking garage is utilized for the bike race and things like that.
And so that's part of the challenge in trying to minimize kind of the impacts on, you know, employees who may have to come in that way.
Okay, because I know we don't have a meeting that'll conflict
Right.
ourselves, but the rest of the organization. So, okay, so...
Okay,
great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
Nancy, one last thing. Yeah, I'm sorry we got off with John's closing thing, but, and so whatever you need to do there or feels best, I think is what the board was saying. Are they doing a CDOT look-through to get cracks and potholes on the road again coming up from Twin Lakes over and from, because I drive that a lot when I'm commuting for work, get down in the Front Range or whatever, and there's always a few, and I just haven't seen that they've really been on top of that yet this year.
There is what we call a site visit from Medalist Sports next week, and I will find out more for you on that site visit.
Okay, because, I mean, fortunately, we're not going through the roundabout this time, because that road is just collapsing as you
Right.
leave town. But this side, I just want to make sure we're presenting as safe a route as possible, and they've looked at all the road failures.
I will ask and get that date for you, because they will.
Okay.
I'll find out when that date is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That reminds me of when the bike race years ago came over Independence Pass when it was a gravel road. That must have been exciting for those guys.
They did
Okay, broadband update.
Hello.
Hello.
Carousel Ronaldo with Pitkin County. And I just wanted to give you guys a brief update on where we are with the broadband plan. Our plan right now is actually to come back to you guys with the consultants, full final plan and recommendations on July 21st. But we had hoped to have more information in June and just kind of wanted to give you guys an update. We got a preliminary report and asked for additional information so that we can have a couple different options to present to you guys. One that would be more of a fiber plan, and then one that would be more of a hybrid between where you would go wireless and where it would make sense to be fiber. So they're doing some of that background work, and then we'll come back to you on July 21st about that. And then just some other information that we got so far from the report is we did get the results from the market survey that we did, or from the residential survey, and are looking at that as far as, again, how we prioritize different areas based on what people responded in the survey. And just a couple quick tidbits that were interesting is that from the respondents, actually 95% have internet service, but that was internet, not broadband. So of those 95 respondents, a third got their internet not from DSL or cable, so it would be satellite or dial-up, and then that doesn't even get into the definitions of FCC as broadband, so trying to tease out that part. And then overwhelmingly, most households actually have 5 or more devices on an internet, so it also just kind of highlights what the capacity need is going to be as we start to look out at this, is that, the dial-up isn't sufficient, and what speeds moving forward might not be sufficient. And then the other piece is that we did receive funding for phase 2, and so that will be part of the discussion. The funding is for network design, and then also interlooping it with public safety to create a microwave backhaul. And that's going to be based on kind of when we present the recommendations and options to you guys, how we integrate those two pieces moving forward. So more to come, but just wanted to let you guys know that we're still trying to keep things moving forward, and should come back to you guys and hopefully keep the things moving and make traction for the rest of the summer. So.
Great.
Michael.
Carol, when the consultants come, I'm concerned about them speaking English.
Yes.
And so if they know that they have to be careful about jargon and acronyms, and they have to. I don't want them to talk down to us.
Right.
But I want them to talk so it's understandable, not just for the commissioners, but for people listening in.
Absolutely, and that's a great point, and I will remind them of that, as well as have also asked them to keep things at a very high level to make sure that it's understandable for everyone, including myself, because I can't speak half the language that they speak either.
Rachel?
Michael, that's a great point. I don't mean to glom onto it, but I will. I think it'd be great if the county could produce a glossary of terms, because there's going to potentially be a ballot question that may or may not have some of those terms in it. And I think that we need to produce some materials that help explain, literally backhaul. What does backhaul mean? And so as many of these terms that we can have in common usage and common understanding of what they mean, I think would be good prep materials.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to warn you what you just asked for after going to Broadband 101. if I had asked a question for every word I didn't understand, we'd still be sitting at that meeting in Vail, and that was a month ago. So when you do the glossary, it could be this thick. I mean,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
terminology is amazing. So the key terms, I think, are, when I'm asking you, I don't think we're asking you to do okay, because there's
dictionary,
a
but-
lot.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I got a really great list of the acronyms for Health and Human Services from Douglas County Director, and it was 3 pages, but it was very helpful as I went into further conversations about that over the years, and I just think both to inform the public and that we're talking a common language would be helpful.
Well,
But
yeah,
I take it, yeah, I take your...
I did the same thing when I first got on the board. I asked for one from the airport, and they actually gave me a 3-ring binder. Mhm.
I won't give you a 3-ring
No,
binder.
thank you.
Phyllis?
We're working on a webpage within our county pages for broadband so that we can start having a place to put some of these things. So if we do create a glossary, just a resource, and as well as where our
That's a good
project
idea.
is and what we're doing. And I thought I would also announce the state's Office of Information Technology is asking for residents to do a speed test, and we put it in our weekly ad on Monday. So that link is there. I don't have the address off the top, but the state has changed how they mapped, I guess it is, the different areas. So they're asking for residents to log on wherever you are, and you can link into the speed test, and I'll get that information. And that was one of the items that triggered us to want a webpage, is to have that there so people could click that speed test. So they can actually map, since the FCC has changed the speed of what the definition of broadband is, they need to get some new data. So they have asked all of us across the state to kind of make a push
So
to
that
do that.
would be like with our smartphones or with
With whatever
all of
device
any
you
device,
have.
any device you have that connects. Okay, Rachel?
You know, I hate to throw something out when I can't describe it fully, but I will anyhow today. Keith Goodwin is a county commissioner from Otero County who's very involved in telecommunications. And he has made a point a couple times at CCI meetings about some of the shortcomings with the speed test, or how it can show one speed, but you know you're really getting a different speed. And I think it'd be great for you to maybe see if you could call him and talk to him and ask what are those background questions about the validity of the speed test, or you know, he was concerned there was some industry efforts to keep the speed up high, but yet you know, other ways of reading it, it would be very low, and it's technical beyond my ability. So again, Otero County, Keith Goodwin, and I'm sure he'd make himself available. He's very interested in those topics to see what background he may have on the validity of speed tests or how they're administered, or you know, he said, yeah, if you go on at midnight, you have a great speed. If you go on at 5 p.m., you don't. You know, which results do you want to measure, and some other things like that.
I just want to add to, did you guys got the email from Eric Bergman about the broadband? Just want to make sure, because I pulled it up last night about the ballot questions. That's going to be interesting to see how the language differs across the state. So, be interesting to follow.
Very good.
We're on that.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kara.
Thanks, Kara.
Okay, CCI legislative issues, and we need this by this Friday, July 10th is the deadline.
Well, we usually cut it close. So each year CCI asks counties for items that they would like to be considered for CCI support for the upcoming legislative session. And typically we're doing what we typically do, which is to canvass staff to see if there are legislative items there, and then opening up the discussion with the board. Items that the board prioritizes, then staff works on in pretty short order to put an initial write-up to get onto CCI's agenda, and that's really to give Steve and Rachel something to work with to promote an idea. And then typically we've got a little bit of time to refine that idea for consideration by CCI. And so what we've done today is set aside a little bit of time to talk about what we heard from staff and to see if there are any legislative items that the board has on its radar screen in terms of CCA issues. This is an unusually thin year. Usually for staff we have a number of items to consider and research. This year really we just have one, and it's not so much an item that we would necessarily need to develop a position on. It came from the county clerk's office. The County Clerks Association is forwarding a bill to increase the surcharge from $1 to $3 or up to $3 for upgrading recording systems, imaging projects, land use records and such. The idea, and Janice may have spoken with you about this during her update, the idea there is to really provide a sufficient fund statewide so that there can be more standardization across the state in terms of the electronic capabilities of counties to provide documents electronically online per our previous discussion. That would include, Pitkin County is looking at, we're going to need to be doing an upgrade of our recording system, as Janice probably indicated to you, and looking at completing our scanning of documents back to the 1800s. And so this would be a piece of legislation that proposed raising the fee to create that fund. It's not an item that we'd necessarily need to write a proposal on, though. This is something that I think the County Clerks Association is forwarding. My understanding is the County Clerks Association is going to be visiting with CCI, and it'd be more about whether the board is comfortable taking a position of support during those CCI meetings.
So how's this administered then? Is it the money that Pitkin County collects in this surcharge? Or does it go to the state and then you request back for funds to fund your project?
Now my understanding, Michael, is that it would be going to the state and then requested back, because the idea is to create a fund that would equalize the access. I have not seen the legislation, however, at this point, and so I'm not sure of the exact mechanism, but my understanding of the intent was to provide a fund that would allow more standardization across counties, so that would, to me, indicate that you'd want a more centralized fund and have it going back out. I have not seen the legislation, to be honest with you.
I think part of it too was to help the Jackson counties of the Colorado who don't have any funding mechanism, so they could get some equipment so they could be up to speed. So if somebody here wanted to research records there, they could go through the same process. And I think one of the concerns that Janice said, which makes great sense, and I think that's what we need to follow, is that when the fund is created and these lower income counties come in and request the monies, it still should provide an opportunity for all counties at some level to request funds. Right now it looked like it was focused just to the lower economic counties, and that was something that we were saying, well, we need to make sure, and it may have already been tweaked in the language so that it opens it up, maybe tier funding or something, so that it does provide the opportunity for all counties, with the priority going to be to bring in those lower economic counties up to speed. That's a tweak, so that's something to watch for.
Yeah, I agree with that, and yeah, you're absolutely right, John. You nailed it. In general, CCI doesn't jump on and sponsor Clerks Association type of bills, but when we come up with our legislative agenda, there may be discussion of that, and people be aware of it because it certainly affects county budgets across the board. The other would be when bills are actually introduced, we take positions, and so whether it's from the Clerks Association or not, and I think the message to the Clerks Association is to have a very clear descriptor of what the program is and why they would like CCI support and how it saves county budgets money or will augment county budgets for current needs. So the other one we had talked about a little bit in your absence with Phyllis was perhaps resubmitting the restaurant inspection fee. issue that didn't go anywhere last year.
It's already written up.
It's already written up. Let's just go ahead and resubmit that one.
That's
I
not a
mean,
tough one.
as I said, there seems to be other counties that are as interested or more interested in that than us. But, you know, I'd like to make sure it's kind of part of the list of ones that we're considering. And then I don't know if any, you know, we talked about this 2 weeks ago when you were gone, Steve, and had a, you know, brought it to the board's attention if board members had any other issues, or, but if staff hasn't really come back with anything. George mentioned, and I think wisely, you know, is anybody doing anything about Tabor Amendment 23 and Gallagher? And the problem is, you know, on the form you have to say, what is your proposed policy solution? And so you know, we could say it's a problem, but no solutions. And you know, the one thing that has struck me a little bit, and again, I don't know how or where to take it, but you know, at the very end of this last legislative session, we did see a bill coming in that was probably defeated mostly because it was so close to the very end, to create more bonding for transportation without any new revenue sources. And that was defeated. I've tried talking to a few people at the state to say, well, what about getting something on the ballot for 2016? You know, the economy's kind of booming. We know what the needs are for transportation. Isn't it time for a funding source and bonding? And been told, well, you know, neither party wants to sponsor anything like that on the ballot because they'll be running for re-election. And who wants to run for election saying, I sponsored a 20-cent a gallon gasoline tax? Let's wait till 2017. It's like, well, you never pass any tax questions in off years, so let's forget that. And so it's like, when are we going to bite the bullet? And I do remember back when Jack was on the board still, Eagle County submitted a legislative request for a 25-cent a gallon gasoline tax increase, ballot measure, and it won narrow support with CCI to bring it forward. I don't think they ever found a sponsor or it didn't go anywhere, but is it worth making a statement kind of request that we would like to propose a 15-cent a gallon gasoline tax increase to fund new bonding and to fund you know, continued level of maintenance that we're seeing now on the West Slope and something like that, and see if, you know, CCI kicks it around the table a little bit, maybe takes it somewhere. But otherwise, you know, I just feel constantly that we're not being proactive as a state and as maybe a board, and yet, you know, as I said, Highway 82 is looking really rough. And I'm kind of wondering when we're even on the schedule for maintenance for an overlay coming into town. And that might be a question for Brian at the future to find out when are we due for an overlay on Highway 82. But a lot of that's really falling apart now. And so that would be something to consider. I don't know if other board members have a thought or whether that's something that could come out of the TPR. Would TPR consider it? And you know, when you talk to people on the Front Range, they're like, look, if we don't do something statewide really soon, we're just going to do RTAs in our individual little regions, take care of our own problems, balkanize the state system, and you'll never pass a statewide measure again once we've already passed a new 2-cent sales tax in Aurora and, you know, Colorado Springs or wherever else for our roads. And so I would put that out there. Do board members think we should throw something like that in?
It's not a bad idea. It just prompted me to think about your next meeting with Club 20 to see if there's any interest there, because that's who you need to get the support from, right?
Yeah.
To try to see any movement at all.
They actually, Western Slope did a survey monkey, so it wasn't a scientific survey, of all their members. They sent out to all their members, asked people to forward it to others, and also to Action 21 and Progressive 16, the Front Range kind of loose equivalents of Club 20, are kind of earlier. They're not as established yet. And they came back with between 60 and 65% support for gasoline tax increase to pay for some roads. And so Club 20 doesn't have anything on the books right now for policy, but they are having their transportation meetings this summer, and you know, we can bring that forward and see if they will.
It's the Friday, July 17th.
Yeah, so I would be there. Maybe we could talk about it then, but our deadline to submit something to CCI is this Friday. So, you know, we could just throw something out there and see what the...
Can do that and the Tabor fix if we have to.
Yeah, and to eliminate Tabor.
I think I remember when Peter
did that.
Peter
Runyon
Runyon.
County made that proposal, and he threw out 25 cents just to try to get some conversation going. I don't think he ever realized it would get to be that high, but he wanted to see where the interest was. So I think 15 cents as a starting point, just see where you go with that.
Yeah, I think, why not? You know, at least bring the conversation forward and you know, go from there.
Well, part of the problem is they're becoming more electric cars or hybrid cars that don't use so much fuel. So how do you tax them? And
Well, they did increase the registration fees for non-gasoline cars already, so there's some recovery of road use there. And that could be raised more legislatively over time and things like that. So you can still show a little bit of equality. I realize what you're saying, but I'll tell you the truth. When I drive by the parking lots in Denver of the big car dealerships, they are full of trucks and cars that use gasoline, will continue to be on the road for the next 10 years. I mean, maybe it has a sunset until we see a greater crossover to hydrogen cars and other things like that. But at the same time, our roads are just crumbling, and we've got to have some revenues to do something with that.
I was just going to say, we need to be careful if we're, I mean, I don't know what the political environment may be if you throw it out there, but if we're looking for support for the public lands issue, I don't think we want to really make anybody angry by throwing it out there. I mean, you just have to be careful when you throw something that's that controversial. I think going through the Club 20 and rallying that support, because you can still bring it back, I mean, to CCI if you have that, all the little ducks lined up on it. But that's really, you guys know the environment down there better than I, so just something to think about.
yeah, and any bill, I mean, this is to get bills in the works.
I know
that
exactly.
CCI is working on right now. And there can always be a transportation bill brought by a legislator that
Oh yeah, I understand
we
that.
can
I
really
just,
be involved in later on
I'm
too.
saying we need to pick the priorities and
Yeah.
you know and think about that as we throw stuff out there. But
Yeah, you know, I think it was last update with CDOT when Doug Aden was here. We heard how they were reallocating the current funding formula to favor the Front Range a little more.
Again?
And so as that political pressure builds there, we're all kind of taking it in the shorts too.
Maybe that's a great way to rally support for this.
You're absolutely right that people will say, you know, hey, CDOT's wasteful and you shouldn't have put in that aesthetic noise wall. And you can save money here and there. And, you know, you hear that every time as to why. But the future of Colorado right now is just toll roads. You know, that's what they're looking at as their funding formula. And you know, for me, I'm not so hot about the idea of paying a toll every time I get on a road as opposed to perhaps paying a higher gasoline tax, but that's just me. But that's starting on US 36, and that's just, you know, both coming down from the feds in their presentations to states is that we want more public-private partnerships, we want more upzonings on the corridors, make the private sector pay for it, and then have these managed lanes where there are fees every time you drive them. So I don't know if there's anyone else has weighed in. Michael, what your thoughts are about introducing an idea like that, or?
Well, you know, it has to be, if Pickens County does it by itself, it's worthless. I think if you have Eagle County and Garfield County saying, listen, we'd like to, and they agree with us, I could see putting it forward, but I think introducing it as a Pickens County issue doesn't do any good whatsoever.
So that would kind of mean not putting it forward this year, because we don't have time to get a concurrence of Eagle County or Garfield County.
Well, I think, you know, if you want it successful, you want to structure it so it's successful. If you want just symbolic, then you can do it. But I mean, that's my thought.
Yeah, so taking it through Club 20, not having it be a CCI priority bill, but
Yeah.
getting
Club 20 doesn't have any lobbying power here, folks. Let's be real. They're one staffer and a loose affiliation of counties. I mean, it'd be great to have their support once a bill's introduced, but they've never introduced legislation on their own.
But if we could have that, if Club 20 would have that,
they would have a discussion
then
about whether or
it
not to
would
endorse
just
the
be
bill.
a bullet point for when we are doing a lobbying effort down there. That Club 20 supports this legislation. We have support of all these different counties on the western slope.
I guess the other question is, when, in years past, when we talk about different opportunities for funding, the other opportunity was the transportation demand model. And has that sort of fallen completely by the wayside?
Well, transportation demand model really is fees on roads. You know, you'll pay a higher price if you travel this time
Right.
period, or if you don't have a carpool. So that's the real key that they have. And they don't have real transportation dollars to get new transportation systems up, even though they're doing the little, you know, cross-state thing out of CDOT's current funding. You know, I might be misunderstanding the question, George, but
Well, I know it would require some technology for the users.
oh, like vehicle miles traveled.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There have been a few demonstration projects nationwide.
They
People
haven't
are
gotten it.
highly suspicious of something that tracks your car movements, even though your cell phone already does that, and so does your OnStar demand system, could create records of where you've been and what you've been doing. But there's no real, people are highly, you know, they like that idea less than anything else, frankly. It's what the polling has said. I guess I want to clarify two things. Club 20 doesn't represent western counties. It represents individuals who live within those counties. Many of Club 20 positions are very different from our board and from other boards on the West Slope. So it represents citizens who've chosen to be members within caucuses within counties. It's still a powerful voice, there's no question about it, but it doesn't represent counties. And the other is that I'm just trying to get to a point where we're not perhaps reacting to a really bad bill next session, where the votes are there in majority form to shift funds to the Front Range at any time more than the West Slope. And there's think tanks that are promoting those sort of ideas, and, you know, just getting something out on the table that, you know, have the robust discussion about, do we need to pay more for our roads, or where are we going to go, or who's going to pay for it somehow.
So I haven't participated in the CCI legislative session in many, many years at this point, so maybe it's changed, but I think, you know, to Michael's point, as I remember it happening, you'd have an initial meeting where you would present and discuss ideas and kind of see what interest is generated, and you go through an initial vetting and then a refining of those ideas that kind of seem to have broad-based support to move forward. And then you would really get into more of the details of a legislative proposal going forward. I think it's possible to write something about supporting infrastructure that's in a pretty nonpartisan language, and we could probably at least make some initial calls to let some counties at least know it's coming, and if there isn't support at that first meeting, it goes away.
We can withdraw.
We can withdraw. So it kind of gives that vetting, I think, that you're looking for, Michael, if the process is still the same, and I'm not sure it is, but if it is, we may be able to do some of that initial vetting and coalition building up front, and then refine the idea based on where that discussion goes. Because I don't know, you know, at what level. Is it 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents? Can we relate it back to some CDOT plans for bonding and build some, how do we make it the bipartisan issue that's going to need to be to move forward? To me, that would happen, if it's like it used to be, probably in the middle of the process. Is that still how it
actually,
works?
On July 24th, there will be a legislative meeting, a call-in, mostly, most people don't go down there, that will say what everybody submitted and just a general overview of what were submitted by all the various counties. Then, as Steve talked about, the district meeting that will come up in August, each of the different districts will have a district meeting. They'll talk a little bit about new or local things going on, and mostly about what legislative items they'll be talking about further. Then they have a total of 2 meetings to kind of finalize that, which I don't have the dates for, but we're generally in October.
Yeah.
And so you have 1 meeting, and then people take a kind of a preliminary vote, and then staff does a little more work on it, and you do a final vote. And so there is a lot of vetting and evolution that will go forward.
And I guess my point is if the board thinks this is an important issue, we can develop it to get it on the table, and we still have time beyond Friday to do whatever coalition building or such that makes it a multi-jurisdictional issue, which it will need to be in order to be successful. But I don't think Fridays are drop dead for building that coalition support. Friday's the drop dead for having an idea of what our issues are, what the priorities are. So we need to decide, I think, a little bit, are we, do we want to push the gas tax or the fees for the health inspections more? Because I think they look for that prioritization initially, and to get it on the table, and then we can start the coalition building. So just so we're clear on the process, we don't get hung up that we have to have it all done by Friday.
I would say let's go ahead and put it out there, put the restaurant inspection fees and the transportation funding, and have that be the two things that we bring forward.
Well, and the county clerk.
There will be other counties who...
Well, we won't propose that.
That will come from
the Clerks Association.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then other counties will support that, I know, both of those.
Yeah, I would make the restaurant inspection our second priority so that others could carry it forward, do something on transportation as a, first priority, that we need movement, we need to be prepared for something to be forwarded to the ballot in 2016. That's kind of, I think, the greater request, some new additional revenue sources. And I just need to ask the last question, is there anything else we want to do on broadband? Because I know we didn't get anywhere last year. We seem to be on course for a D Senate Bill 153 vote this November. But if for any reason we weren't going to be on the November ballot to get out from under 152, is there a sense of anything that we should put in as a placeholder or propose that way?
Well, I think if you're looking for my perspective on it is I think that it is very unlikely right now, given the statewide discussion at CCI's level and CML's level, that we'll get much traction going forward. I think we right now have one vote that's allowing us to do this design work right now, and we have either this November, depending on what we learn through the study and what the board wants to do, a future vote, whichever, as an option. And I think if we're going to take on something as big as the gas tax issue, we need to focus our energies in case that gets any traction.
I agree. I just wanted to put it out there to make sure that staff wasn't thinking, oh, we might need some administrative changes at all, or try to pursue them.
We would have liked our proposal last year to go forward because it was better than where we're at, we think. But I think we've got a strategy moving forward under Senate Bill 152.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, last thing, just I will not have an opportunity to run the write-ups, the initial write-ups, by the board for approval. So it's gonna, we will submit those as staff to CCI. We'll copy the board out on them, understanding that there will be opportunities for revisions. So I guess I'll write them and ask for forgiveness later.
Yeah, this is really getting a placeholder thing in there for us. So.
The one thing I would think is like up on the restaurant inspection, if we could kind of beef it up a little about how this is our role protecting public health and safety, and it's been a little nondescript, and it just seems that it should be something that is not competing as a priority with how we fund health and human services, for example, or something. So I would just look at that while you're not just totally resubmit last year's, see if there's any bumping up, or some of the other counties have sponsored in the past to say, we're aware Boulder County loses, $400,000 on this, or other counties, just something to beef it up a little would be great. Jenny can probably help you on that.
Patty.
My preference would be to prioritize the restaurant issue, but because the discussion of the gas tax just kind of got thrown out. We haven't really talked about it, and I don't think it's really cooked with the board. But if you want to do the placeholder, I can understand that to open the discussion. But for me, the restaurant one, since we tried it before, is a good place to put, our bang for our buck. But, I mean, if the board wants to change the priorities, that's up to the board.
The problem is, we've submitted the restaurant one 4 years in a row now, I think, 3 or 4, or other counties have as well. And
Well, I'm not saying not to submit it, I'm just saying I'd like to push that one through and get it done. And the gas tax one, we just opened the discussion, really. The board has not really, at least since I've been sitting here, we haven't really talked about it. 15, 25 support systems, but if we want to, throw it out there, it's probably going to take us 5 years to get it anywhere, but we might as well start now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John. Moving on, open discussion and...
Yeah, so we had some questions regarding the story in the paper about potential annexation of the West Hopkins property for a lodge. And I think what we wanted to do with you today was just share the information that we know with all of you, and also talk a little bit about the process going forward so that you know what to expect. It's probably premature for us to have any discussions about what land uses and such might be, even though that's what was in the paper. That's really kind of the city's purview. But I think, Rachel, you got some questions from citizens. I think a couple of you have actually gotten questions from citizens and such about our role in the decision-making process. So we thought we'd just spend a few minutes today with information about the proposed annexation. We have the fact sheet that was provided to the city, as well as just talking about the process going forward. And of course, that's why Cindy and Ellen are here. I'm going to go ahead and hand out two things, though, just so you know. We've got the fact sheet that was submitted initially to the city on this, as well as a copy of the most recent annexation plan from the city of Aspen.
And this, we get one of each?
Yeah, one of each. And then, Ellen, I saw you sent, did you send anything else?
Basically the same information with a very minor change.
Okay. Do you want me to go over process, or you guys can go over process?
If you'd like to, that's fine, and then we can key in on anything you'd like us to about the plan.
So if you look, and unfortunately for some reason we downloaded this and every page in there printed off as page 9. So we hand wrote the pages in for you, but page 7 gives you the sequential steps, and that would be the handwritten 7, and that's on the city's annexation plan for the annexation. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here unless you have questions, but I think the important thing to note here is that within the process there's going to be a petition that's filed. I don't believe that's occurred yet. There's just preliminary discussions. And then there's 2 resolutions that pass as part of the annexation process. The first resolution is just to initiate the process. So when you see that resolution being advertised or talked about, it's not about a final decision or decision coming up. It is just to initiate the annexation process. And at that point, city staff will confirm whether the proposed annexation meets the requirements for contiguity and meeting the city's annexation plan and service plan. It's really focusing on the contiguity requirement. And then from there would be a second resolution. And all that second resolution does is establishes which of the, or what portion of the proposed properties are eligible for annexation based on that analysis. It is after that second resolution that analysis really begins, and that's where there's a impact report. Typically that's for annexations of 10 acres or more. I believe this annexation falls under that. They're proposing at least initially 6.3 acres, but again, there's got to be some look at that. The lots you'll see are 19 acres, but the proposal is 6.3. But there will be, you know, a portion that includes land use reviews and kind of the proposed zoning changes. They'll do a lot of the land use piece and the annexation consideration concurrently and parallel. And those will be the times when we can weigh in, for example, on impact reports and making kind of requests or sharing our concerns, whether they be from an infrastructure, a service, traffic, impact to neighboring, potential impact to neighboring county properties, those sorts of things. So it'd be after that second resolution when the studies begin, where we would formally be coming to you and making recommendations for what position, if any, you might want to take on the annexation. And it's only after all of those initial studies are completed and submitted to the city that there would be consideration of an ordinance to actually accomplish the annexation. Okay, and the ordinance, of course, is a two-read process, just like it is for us. So it's a pretty lengthy process right now. They are very much at the initial steps, so there's more that we don't know than we do know. And you know, there's going to be a number of opportunities probably down the line, and I'm guessing this would probably come in the 45 to 60 day kind of range, where we would be looking at those first two resolutions, and then a couple months from now really be getting into the impact analysis and such. So that's an overview of the process.
And John, just to also update that a little bit, we do know that there has been an official submittal.
Oh, there has. Okay.
A petition for annexation of that territory that you see. They call it territory at the 705 West Hopkins Avenue, and that was submitted to the city on June 26th. So
when you're talking about the process, what is the county's role in terms of saying we're going to allow this annexation to happen or not? Do we have any role in that?
We really, George, we don't have necessarily a role, yes or no, but we do have a role in terms of contributing our concerns about impact, particularly to non-incorporated properties or county infrastructure if we have it. In the case of these properties, we may also have some concerns about preserving trail corridors and other types of concerns like that. So our role is really that, unless the property really isn't contiguous or unless it really doesn't meet the kinds of standards that typically would need to be met for an annexation. So in this case, this is, I think, going to meet the contiguity requirements. It's certainly within the city's 3-mile urban growth boundary. I think, for a lot of reasons, a lot of those tests are going to mean that really where we weigh in is what concerns we might have, if any, from an impact or infrastructure perspective. But we don't get to say yes or no.
So it's really, the process is really generated by the developer.
And the city.
Well, the developer really
the city's not,
initiates saying, I would like to do this development, so knowing that it's not going to work if it's under the county land use code, I'll need to go to the city, and to have that happen, I'll need to have the city annex this into
Right, because the development's gonna require municipal services, may be more appropriate under municipal land use codes. That's typically why annexations will occur, and that's why an annexation would occur in this case, if it does occur. You know, I don't think the city has had an opportunity, you know, they're really just at the point where they've got an annexation petition filed, so they've made it to box 2 of that multi-box matrix I showed you. So there's a lot that needs to happen and a lot of analysis that needs to happen. We can weigh in during that, during the studies and make sure our concerns are considered in the city's decision-making process, but we don't have a formal role other than that in approving or allowing or disallowing an annexation.
I have a question. Is there any idea as to why they're not annexing the whole parcel? While they're splitting it up and...
It's an interesting parcel, and in 2011, we were actually given an application, or an application was submitted to the county to deal with a portion of the parcel. We, as a county, with our rules and regulations, see that the bottom property that is requesting to be zoned, rezoned, and annexed is contiguous with the upper parcel that wraps around and was once owned by Hans Grummers and now owned by the heirs. And so we contend that there needs to be ultimately a subdivision, you know, to make this happen. But those are issues that are about merger and about things down the road that we can give our comments. And in fact, it's not as though we've been sitting in a bubble. We have been talking with Debbie Quinn, Suzanne Wolf in our offices, had discussions with the city about our position on the merger aspect of it. So they're very aware legally what, you know, a city needs to do in terms of our position on merger is something that I can't answer, and perhaps, you know, we'll be talking with John Ely at your direction if you feel that's necessary.
Well, but to add to that, I'm guessing, and I can only guess at this point, that the reason they're only annexing the lower portion of the property that they own, in theory own, is because it's the most developable portion of the property. As you know, the rest of Shadow Mountain is really steep. And so the upper portion, they are suggesting, would then be used for open space purposes in one way or another.
Well, you know, my concern, first blush concern, is the splitting of the property and a master planning of all the property. You know, you kind of hate to develop this part. What's going to happen with this part somewhere down the line? And, you know, we'll just have to see how that pans out. I also can express my concern about that little island up 7th Street, isn't it? Mm-hmm. When you go up, that's in the county, and issues that for those neighbors, if this was to go further in annexation and development, that's a huge impact on those constituents in the county that live in that little residential neighborhood. And I think that we need to think about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation and understand why it needs to be of limited scope at this point in time. It is interesting to see the page 4 of their annexation submittal to see the components of how they say it's consistent with the Aspen Area Community Plan. I'm sure others could read the other components of the Aspen Area Community Plan to find places where it's not very consistent. But beyond that, and I think we should look to see what those are from our perspective. I would note that I believe by being an ordinance, first and second reading of the ordinance by the city, once you hit that portion of the process, it would be referable to the public by initiative, because all city ordinances are referable. Is my impression. It could just be other types of land use, so that'd be interesting to know. It is when I had the history of having been mayor when Burlingame was annexed into the city, and we made a deliberate decision to have a public vote on it, although it wasn't required and it had not been initiated. Maybe if we hadn't made that decision, it would have been initiated anyhow, but you know, it was a matter of really asking the community to weigh in. And I think that it would be important to have some sort of comparison of what would be allowed on that with its current zoning, 10-acre parcels, and so this would be less than 2 10-acre parcels. I mean, is it zoned R10? What's the current county zoning, and what would the current county zoning allow?
Right. It's how you look at how much acreage there is based on the county code.
Mm-hmm.
The county code, there's a merger here that takes up a larger amount of space, and they call it, I think, an assemblage of 19.8 acres versus the 13 acres currently zoned the AR10. So in the county, it's AR10 properties, but we're not, and yeah, and the flat portion down on the bottom's R15, which we don't see a lot of, but residential 15,000 square foot lots.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we could do a lot of analysis on it. In fact, we have done a lot of analysis on this property just because there had been an application in 2011, and we can share all the details with you. But there are currently residences on the property, so we don't see under our code that there's an additional development right on that property at this time.
And under our current zoning, lodging would not be a use that would be allowed under any of the zoning zoning that applies to this property, and there's several different zone districts in play.
Would there be a rezoning opportunity within the county to a lodging zone district similar to Base of Buttermilk or something?
It could be requested.
Yeah, any request would be entertained by the county.
Right, okay, but I'm just kind of confirming, we have a lodge zone district and they could.
Lodge accommodation.
Accommodation.
Looking at, it's really up to the city to decide if they would want a lodge at this location. And if they don't want a lodge, then they probably wouldn't want the annexation to proceed. Do you think that's a reasonable assessment, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure what benefit there would be to the applicant because it's similar city zoning nearby for residential. But there may be another zone district that could accommodate more here. You know, looking at all of it, I think, well, you know, affordable housing, you know, there's a lot of land there.
When Hans Gromminger was trying to do his restaurant up on Shadow Mountain, did he approach the city to be annexed at that time? Do you happen to know?
Question. That was actually before even my time.
I'm trying to remember. That was
the details
my
of that. I'd
dad's
have to really
history.
research if there was an annexation request. Do you know?
I don't know.
This is like the ghost of Hans Gromminger lurking outside the commissioner's room over there.
Well, at least there's not a rotating restaurant on the top
Yeah.
as part of the
Not yet.
proposal.
Not yet, anyway.
I think it's a better proposal than that was.
You know, I just have a gut feeling, you know how I get those? With the city's interest in lodging opportunities within the city, that this may be headed in that direction, and I think we need to be very serious and diligent about our comments, because I just have a feeling.
We have a number of land use issues that we'll list for you that are premature for today, but that we'll certainly bring forward to you when it's the appropriate time, and I'm sure you'll have your own comments. But
Well, I appreciate the heads up to get us started.
Okay. Rachel.
I'd like to do a little bit of a non sequitur if I could while we have these professionals in front of us. And that is that I understand there was a recent hearing on the Ace Lane project in And I read there's additional public comments being taken. Now, we sent comments in not long ago regarding particularly that, you know, the way they were just going to continue the review, even though the project had changed significantly and we thought it should go back to square one. That obviously didn't happen. And if anything, we're now seeing a pretty large reduction in affordable housing credits that the staff of Eagle County is proposing, because some units are rental versus for sale. And I just think that we should send informal Pickens County comments now to the actual public hearing process, because before we were kind of commenting on a technicality of whether it should go back to initial site plan review or whether they could just pick it up in the middle as an amended plan. And so I know we're on the record for many things, but it just seems that this is now in front of the planning commissions and not necessarily Eagle County, but I think we should make our public comments at every point along the way. You know, I just read the square footage numbers for that commercial, and you know, they're down to what, 40 or 50 affordable housing units, and that's not even going to accommodate you know, a tenth of the workforce necessary for that to service its own new commercial space. And so I would put that out to the board to ask them, do they believe we should make further public comments now that it's at a next level of what the staff is recommending and where it is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, the argument that's being posed is that there's such a dire need for affordable housing, that here's a project that's going to provide that affordable housing, and because of that, we should be allowed to have some reductions in what's required. And so, of course, as you say, Rachel, the affordable housing that they're going to be providing won't even accommodate the commercial needs. So they're not really, it's not a net gain, it's actually going to be a net loss. So I think it would be valuable to present that side of the argument that I haven't seen.
Yeah.
More comments before I comment? Or I believe our comments were forwarded to the Planning Commission for their hearings. I don't know if the hearing, I have not followed up. I don't know if, did they make a recommendation in one hearing? I'll have to follow up.
You have to follow up.
So our comments were considered by the Planning Commission in theory. Are you suggesting that we submit a follow-up letter, comments for the Board of County Commissioners review?
I think, I was just saying, I think we should comment every step along the way.
Okay.
And particularly go to the Planning Commission now, and then to the BOCC in the future. I mean, we can CC them on our comments at this point with the Planning Commission, I believe, without violating process. But I think we should comment on every step of the way, because it's just continuing to advance, and it's got some, you know, really large impacts. And you know, we've been talking quite a bit about the surging employee demand and the challenge of finding employees, and then of course the recovery and the surging prices of the housing market. And I just I want to make sure that our comments weren't so early on in the process that they're not paid a lot of attention to now. Might be the best way to say it.
Okay, I can also find out where they are in the process and get back through John to let you know, just to give you an update, and take it from there.
Yeah.
And insert more comments.
Or reiterate.
If they're continuing to have more Planning Commission meetings, or definitely to be considered by the Board of County Commissioners if they're moving it forward already.
Yeah, I think they took comment here, and then they're going to make their decision at the next meeting of the Planning Commission over at the Eagle County Courthouse. So.
Okay.
One other little sidebar is BLM, Carl Mendoza called me today. Did he contact you? The resource management plan is out.
He did.
And I suggested he contact you to see how you wanted that delivered. If you wanted DVD or...
And I did get his message, and I will return the call, and we'll get a copy of that. The record of decision for the BLM resource management plan was just published, and they just want to get a copy to the county, so I will follow up. Thanks.
And can I give a plug for an upcoming meeting that we have for Castle Creek with the Forest Service? As you know, we're working on a joint effort with the Forest Service for Castle Creek and looking at all the uses there. We're gathering our existing conditions information now. We had one meeting in April up at the new King Cabin, now called the Adventure Lodge on John Wilcox ski area. And now we're going to have a meeting in town. It's July 16th. It's from 5 to 7. It's an open house format, and we're hoping to attract a lot of people who couldn't make the first meeting, although anyone's welcome. But the first meeting, we had an understanding that a lot of people couldn't make it because it was so far up the valley. It started at 4, and there are a lot of reasons why people couldn't make it, even though the people who did come, it was well attended, and we got a lot of information. So July 16th, 5 to 7, Sister Cities room at City Hall in the basement. And we're hoping that a lot of the motorized recreation users will attend this meeting. We got a lot of non-motorized the first round in our meeting. And we hope that we'll have a lot of interest by all recreationalists, but especially those that couldn't make it last time.
Steve?
That's right when our EOTC meeting is happening at Snowmass Village, so just so you know.
Oh, okay. There's a lot going on. The ACES has a big meeting or event that night. There's a lot going on.
And on that note, if people can't make it to the open house, we will have some information and a question posted on pitkincountyconnect.com, so people can weigh in that way as well.
So it brings me, because you brought up Castle Creek, I was approached by someone who lives up Castle Creek at the parade about her concerns about bicycle use and no trail or shoulder on that road, and I don't know if that's been brought up to your, okay. And she may come forward and ask to have specific work session time. I don't know if it'll come to fruition or not, to discuss the public safety concerns of the bikes and the traffic flow, and that it's just kind of an accident waiting to happen.
Right. GR is part of our team, and also Lindsay from Open Space, so we have all those angles covered with experts there that can talk about that. And
It's some really valid points. So
yeah, no, it really is, and we've contacted just today the Aspen Bicycle Club to see if they have any interest coming to the meeting as well.
But I must say that it's not just a Castle Creek issue.
No,
It's a countywide issue.
right, but this is because we're doing this plan, and it might be something we want to incorporate into this plan. You know, the concern of bikes riding 3 or 4 across on the road and nobody being able to pass, or people passing in really unsafe sections of that road. Bikes on both sides, it's getting, you know, because it's so heavily used. It's such a great bike ride. Or car ride, for those of us who don't bike.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Right.
thank you guys.
Rachel?
Yeah, and it just came up while we were discussing it, but I want to make sure it's clear. I know it's already on the future agendas that I won't be here on the 16th because I'll be at QQ. That means I also won't be at the EOTC meeting since it was moved to that day, since the last one was canceled. And Steve, if you're going to make the EOTC, you just need to leave Club 20.
I'm going to leave
early.
whenever I need to leave Club 20. I'll walk out the door to get to the OTC. You know.
Okay, very good.
Okay, is there any other open discussion items, John?
I don't have any.
Okay, let's finish up on our board reports, and then we will go into special meeting and executive session and take a break at that time. Okay. So next up is the CCI. And we've talked about CCI quite a bit today. I don't know if we need to add anything else, Rachel?
Well, the one thing I would put out there, and I've sent John an email on this to make sure that we're setting up time to discuss it in the future, but we were briefed at the June meeting that the salary bill had passed the legislature this year. It was very last minute. They were able to get it in. It's something that they've been trying to do for quite a while, and it's a broad salary bill. It relates to the governor, to his staff, you know, the key appointments, directors, heads, and things like that. Most counties are not home rule counties like we are, and not unable to set their own salary level for clerk, assessor, sheriff, and that had become such a problem because it had not been raised in state statute for 12 years or more, that you had undersheriffs and detectives making significantly more with overtime than their sheriffs were, or staff who were specialists making more than the clerks were. And so they did pass that. It's a very convoluted bill, and I'm expecting John to give us a further update when he's been able to analyze it with John Redmond about how it affects home rule charter counties like our own. But essentially, it takes the tiers of current counties, and if the county does nothing, would see a 30% salary increase for county commissioners. It's making up for 12 years of no increases, and I believe from then on out it would have inflationary increases. But what it also allows or creates is these new tiers within tiers, or subcategories within the tiers of counties. And the tiers are based on population, property assessments, sales tax, these various formulas to determine what tier you're in. And so now they've created sub-tiers underneath, or subcategories underneath those tiers, so that counties whose budget simply can't afford to pay their county commissioners more, or they don't want to, or whatever, can opt into a lower category within the tier. And you actually can request to move from one tier down to another tier so that your salaries would be depressed. This would only, of course, take effect for those newly elected to the board. It would not affect any current seated county commissioner at all. And so we have to kind of figure out as a board what we'd like to do. I believe that this coming legislative session is when they're going to combine the input from all the counties about what subcategory they'd like to be in, or whether they'd like to move up a tier or down a tier that it directly affects their salary. I believe our home rule charter says that we will follow the salaries of the tier that we are in, which is what we do. But our home rule charter doesn't say anything about subcategories within tiers of where we'd like to go. And so it's going to be an interesting discussion, and I don't have enough facts for us to really have a good dialogue now, but that I realized was a CCI item I had not really updated the board on.
The subcategories the counties could opt for taking 0%, 10%, 20%, or 30% pay raise are the options. And whether then, if you pick 0% now, could you move to 10% later, that sort of stuff, I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that while in office. It's going to be a one-time kind of election, and we're going to do the decision. Yeah, and how I plan to present the analysis to you is to look at it from the perspective of when we do market surveys for our employees, we have some considerations for cost of living differences and those sorts of things, and to apply that same kind of thinking to this bill and just kind of see where it comes out, and then make sure that we're consistent with the home rule charter. From staff's perspective, that's going to be our recommendation, I think, as far as what we do, which will probably, because of our cost of living, our suggestion is probably going to be to propose an increase, but of course that's going to be a decision of the board. You're setting a baseline there, though. All the subsequent increases then are governed by the legislation, and I believe Denver Boulder CPI was what they tied it into. But it's important to get this right. In that regard, if for no other reason, I think it speaks to the sustainability and ability of folks to run for office and come in and serve full-time in the capacities that you do. So at any rate, we'll come back as staff. It is a little nuanced with our home rule charter, so I'm not ready to talk about it yet as far as a specific recommendation, but that's going to be the basic approach we go into it with.
Thank you. So that, I would make that the only CCI update. And things we hadn't covered, Club 20. Their subcommittee meetings will be going forward. I did go last week to an executive session that they had. It was mostly for the executive board, rather, not executive session. It was primarily a training for committee chair heads about how to Christian Reese, who was one of Scott Tipton's staffers, was hired as a new director. I believe she's doing a great job. She is looking at least at this point, some declining dues because the oil and gas industries have been hit so hard with the low prices on the global market. And so they're looking to how do they do that better, and then also how do they develop policy better for guidance for lobbying. And you know, we talked a little about some of the NACO examples, some of the CCI examples, but last year I think they were really caught in a bind on that trans bonding transportation bill, because while they have numerous resolutions supporting bonding if there's a revenue source, they didn't have anything about bonding with no revenue source, and they all for more transportation funding and bonding, but not if it's going to come at the expense of maintenance on the western slope. And so we really had a tough situation there. They were ready to go forward, they pulled back, they're ready to oppose, they pulled back and decided to, hey, be neutral, it's going to fail on their own. So the big upside is they're just continuing to work through tough issues, and people, if you'd like to get more up to speed, I know Kara has been very helpful with them on some of the broadband issues and giving them some expertise on that. So that's all there is there.
Colorado River Roundtable.
I suppose we will be meeting this month on, is it the 20th or the 27th? The last, is it the fourth Monday of the month or the third?
Yeah, and I was in Washington when this last meeting took place.
Yeah, you know, they're just continuing to work really heavily on the water plan, I guess would be the only upshot. There was a grant request that came forward from the Front Range, from the Denver Metro Roundtable for the WISE partnership, which is a reuse partnership along the Front Range, and they're hoping to show the CWCB that there's actual greater statewide support for them moving in this direction of shared facilities, shared pipelines, and a lot of reuse water being put into the system. So we'll make final decisions on that at the next meeting. That's kind of about the long and short of it.
Okay. Rudai Water and Power Authority.
The Rudai Water and Power Association authority is going to try to convene a watershed planning sort of summit of all the partners of the valley, and we'll see what happens with that. So, you know, it'll be a discussion about from all parties concerned. So, and that's for later this fall.
And then that's the thing that Mark Fuller's been taking around to some different groups.
Right.
Okay. ACRA.
ACRA was not at the last meeting, but our very own Nance Undine made a presentation to the ACRA board. The ACRA board in a previous meeting had brought up sort of their surprise at some of the social conditions that exist within Pickton County and the Valley. They were essentially unaware of them, and so and wanted to know more about it. So Nan kindly agreed to speak to them. I don't know what impact it had, but it was at the invitation of ACRA. So.
Okay. RAFTA board?
We had a retreat, and it seemed like a very long retreat. But I think one of the subjects that came up was to direct RAFTA staff to see what a fully integrated transportation plan is. The BRT's been very successful, but how do you get communities to BRT? How do you have transportation within the communities themselves? What does it look like? How do you know, and it was brought up essentially, you have Glenwood, they're going to be sort of divided in half for a long time. You have Carbondale that has a shuttle, but does it reach everybody? Not really. Not a shuttle, but a circulator. Basalt doesn't really have anything. So what should we be doing to integrate our transportation fully? So that was, I think, a good outcome of the retreat.
Can I ask, you know, when I was attending a meeting, Glenwood City Council, and there was public comment about that, the use of the Walmart parking lot, did you? And there was some really, people were not happy about using that parking lot for overflow from the new Intercept lot because of safety concerns, opening that gate, and how people were going to get from, you know, they'd have to go circulate through the parking lot and then come up that road that's now a dead end. Has there anything been decided on that? I'm just curious.
There's been no decision on it, there's just discussion about it. I think, you know, I think initially that road was cut off because people had feared that people were going to access the Walmart parking lot through that, not a subdivision, but through that part of Glenwood Springs. And so they somehow came up with an agreement to shut off the road. That's limited the possibilities for that transportation center there. And their parking is completely full.
Right.
The people are allowed to park in a Walmart parking lot that's sort of upstream from there, but you'd have to walk.
It's quite a distance.
You know, a quarter mile or something like that. So there can be adequate parking, and Walmart, that particular parking lot of Walmart is essentially empty all the time. People
The
go
back
to the
section's
front,
pretty empty.
but the backside is not full at all. So there's some unused resources, there's some impacts to the neighborhood, there's some just political decisions to be made by Glenwood. So it's an ongoing discussion.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
You know, one other part of that retreat that I was interested in, Dan did a sort of short presentation in terms of future demands as he's looking at his resources. And one of those demands, of course, is the increased need for buses coming into town of Aspen. and all of that causes all the impacts in terms of traffic as you increase buses and the impact of Ruby Park. And he was saying that, you know, now may be the time, and this may be something for us to think about for our EOTC meeting as a prep, because it's an idea now to look at, but it's a long-term solution would be perhaps to look at a light rail solution from the Intercept lot into town to alleviate a lot of the buses that would need to come in. That would certainly help Raptor's budget tremendously, and also would look at mitigating some of the traffic. And there is, we still have some taxing dollars available that we haven't fully tapped into on the Upper Valley that could be a funding source. So it's something that's long-term away, but I think it's worthy for discussion when we look at the ongoing issue of the entrance to Aspen, and certainly with the latest report from the Canary Initiative in terms of CO2 emissions. One thing that at least the paper didn't report was the CO2 emissions being generated by the moving parking lot that comes into town every day and then leaves town every day. You know, hundreds and hundreds of cars. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. It's something that RAPTA certainly is looking at in terms of their long-term budget and how that would impact or actually help their budget, and I think would help solve a long-term solution for Aspen.
You'd have to hugely enlarge the parking lot at the Intercept lot to accommodate a train station.
Well, there's lots of issues.
Yeah, I'm just
you know,
thinking outside the box.
If you're going to start to even think about the entrance to Aspen, any possible solutions, there's something that should be on the table, especially with the the redevelopment of the Aspen Airport and how we want to see that terminal used and people coming in and out of town utilizing the airport.
That's true, that's a good point, George. I welcome those conversations.
Okay, senior council, couple of things. Senior council is going to have a booth at the farmers market on Saturday, August 15th. It's a booth that is Mason and Morse sponsors. It's right by their business, and they let different groups use it. So a different group has it every week. So senior council has spent a lot of time discussing what they're going to have at that booth, and they're going to have some activities and have a presence there that one day. Right now there's a 2-week hiatus where there are no senior lunches because the cook, Kevin McCann, has resigned to go on to other things, and Marty Ames is in the process of hiring a new cook right now. So that's what's happening. Nordic Council?
I don't think they met last month, but they are working on finalizing a new signage plan for the entire system and working with Open Space and Trails, so it's a consistent signage program.
And Intermountain TPR?
Did not meet, but it just reminded me that, based on our earlier discussion in terms of transportation, that Doug Aiden is retiring or is leaving, so our district commissioner spot is open, and I don't know, that's an appointee, but I don't know if we have any ability to try to recruit or suggest someone to fill that seat for us.
Yeah, I have to look at the process, George. I actually, Doug's been around since I have, so I haven't been part of that process before. I'll have to look. I don't know how that works.
Somebody in mind?
Yeah, I know that at the Club 20 Executive Committee meeting, they had talked about, they had gotten a few reps in from the I-70 side, and people were bringing up the point that this is a great way to get more prestige or acknowledgement of Club 20's work, but that no one from Eagle or Summit County, people right on that I-70 corridor had been in that seat for a long time. And that while Grand Junction was really important, it'd be nice if we could get greater participation. I don't believe that they've closed that recruitment period for nominations for the governor to consider yet, but there is a website on the state government that lists all the openings for various commissions and so on. And Patty's just kind of saying, well, what about pointing it out to Mick that there's an opening, see if he would put his name in. He certainly has a lot of experience and represents this area well, but I don't know if it's closed yet for
I'll put him on my list.
Okay, so, yeah, it's not a matter of us nominating someone, it's like them putting their name in.
Right.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order before we go into special meeting and executive session?
Well, just again, part of our prior conversation, George, I think it might be great if you could get an agenda item on one of the future TPRs about funding sources for transportation, and see if, CDOT can't lead that conversation, per se. They can talk about needs and how much would do something, but it would be something that could come out of the TPRs, and that would be, I think, a valuable conversation.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to go into special meeting and executive session for the purpose of acquisitions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024A.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.